had reached perfect harmony before they came and destroyed everything. But sometimes you just need a single drop to change everything.
Peggy 12.
It's the final few seconds before the lights go out, and the race to the podium begins. The fate of the championship rests on your shoulders. Your team rely on you to make the right decisions. And each decision could make or break your season. Would you gamble on an untested yet rising star, or keep him back for another season? With rain starting to fall and your driver wanting to pit, would you bring him in, or risk another lap on slicks? Do you keep faith in your own mechanics, or use stolen engineering plans to gain an edge? With tensions building, would you let your driver's personal rivalry simmer behind the scenes, or let it boil over onto the track? In the world of Motorsport Manager, all eyes are on you. Your plans are about to be put to the test. Every decision matters. Every moment pressured. Every point fought. Every defeat bitter. Every win savored. Lead your team to racing glory. Epic victory or ultimate failure. There's only a heartbeat between them. Motorsport Manager. Take control. Out now on PC and Mac.
Peggy 7. Peggy 16.
Sega.
For the first time, the Total War series is giving you a fantasy world to conquer. races are at war. Who will you lead? The Empire of Men, brave, well-trained, with unstoppable cavalry. The savage greenskins, a brutal tide of fang and muscle. Stout dwarfs, all but unbreakable in battle and unmatched in close combat. Or the dark bloodlust of the vampire counts. Ranks of undead infantry without remorse or fear. Epic fantasy battle on a scale you've never experienced. Choose your side and conquer this world.
Run only as fast as I can, but my mind is free to sail across terabytes of reality, to soar above a pixel land in a rocket ship. The 9999 made of megabits. Ladies and gentlemen, leave the world and bring your friends. Step inside and close the door. Shut it out, plug it in, press start and we're flying. No use for your wars and stuff, 'cause we built digital castles in the sky as we float on timeless satellites. 'Cause virtual is where we live, live, live. 'Cause virtual is where we live, live, live. 'Cause virtual is where we live, live, live. 'Cause virtual is where we live, live, live.
It's that time of year again where everyone at Sega sticks the proverbial two fingers up to the pomp and pretense of Valentine's Day and asks gamers everywhere to make war, not love, in the ultimate multi-community face-off, Make War, Not Love 4.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. I'm Jorasa, and you're watching Make War, Not Love 4, live from Olympia in London. We are, of course, here with day 3 of our festivities that pit faction versus faction, game versus game, in what will hopefully be maybe a domineering performance by one faction, but we're not sure yet because part of that is going to be decided by you. Now, if you're watching for the first time and you're going, what on earth is this guy on about? Let's give you a quick recap. It's 4 days of action here from Sega. We started in Sega HQ. We are now at PC Gamer Weekender, and 4 factions are fighting for points to play in a live final on Sunday where they're going to be playing each other's games and trying to win the hearts of as many of you as possible. We have a short video explaining how it works from start to finish, and then I'll give you a rundown of the current points leaders. Let's check it out.
So what is Make War, Not Love then?
It's a celebration of all of Sega's great strategy games and their communities. A chance for all our studios to get involved in a bit of friendly rivalry and a chance for the community to win free stuff. This year, we have all 4 of our great strategy games facing off. Each studio has a faction leader. They and their games and communities will be involved in a series of challenges throughout the Make War Not Love 4 event from the 16th to the 19th of February. Each day, a winner will be crowned and free DLC given to the winning faction's followers. At the end of the event, the winning faction will get some great DLC for their game.
How do I get involved?
Head to MakeWarNotLove.com now. Register and align to a faction. All you have to do then is tune in each day and see how your team is getting on.
And there's more?
All games involved in the fight are available to buy at great discounts. There's never been a better time to try out some of our awesome strategy games and make some war of your own.
Review of how the competition is going to work overall, but we're actually already 2 days into the competition. Day 1 was, of course, held at Sega HQ if you were watching the stream 2 days ago, and involved all 4 of the factions pitting themselves against the Sega-nominated champion on Sonic All-Star Racing Transformed. Now, on that day, Sega actually performed tremendously well with only the Total War faction scoring 50 points, which, of course, won you guys online a good chunk of DLC that I believe you got yesterday. We had a second challenge yesterday as well on day 2, which involved artwork while we were getting set up here at PC Gamer Weekender. Each of our factions had a Valentine's Day themed piece of artwork that they shared with you on social media. The rules, rather, were extremely simple. The community simply voted for their favorite with their likes and with their shares. Sega also got involved and chose their favorite as well amongst everyone at Sega HQ. We're going to show you what those 4 pieces of artwork look like now, representing the factions, and of course the winners of the community feed, as well as the Sega choice, will be getting some DLC for your nominated faction. So if you're interested in signing up, make sure you go to MakeWarNotLove.com, support one of the factions, and if your faction happens to win in today's challenge or beyond, you will get free DLC on Steam. So let's go ahead and take a look at what the artwork was like. So here we go. This is our submission from Endless Legend. I feel like they're cheating a little bit by playing the dog card on the internet because I failed to see how anything could be cuter. I'm also hoping that in the game, that dog eventually ends up killing about 50,000 people because that has to be the correct ending to this story. Right, and next up, who have we got? Excellent. So we you are the Gobbler to my Skarsnik. Am I even pronouncing that correctly? I need to make sure I am. But we have a Total War here. Look, I guess that's kind of close to a smile, but I'm not really sure how I'm going to read that. And next, 3 out of 4. Oh, that's beautiful. Vengeance tastes sweet, ladies and gentlemen. The submission from Dawn of War here, of course, with a... That's actually quite an... How do you deal with that design if you, like... if you end, it's chocolate, but if you end up eating about halfway through, do you get then, is it then representing heartbreak? I'm not really sure where they're going with this one, but it's very nicely made nonetheless. And last but of course not least, we have a final submission. I Can't Stand Missing You from Company of Heroes. Very, very nice. I quite like the concept, actually. As someone who enjoys FPS games, this tickles something deep inside. But let's not dwell on exactly what those were, because we actually had them up for public vote yesterday. The results have already been decided, and we have a community vote winner as well as a Sega HQ nominated winner. So without further ado, first up, the community, you guys online voted for the following. Let's see who won. There we go, Creative Assembly. The smorks are real. They're probably in chat right about now, actually, as Total War again picks up a victory and earns you, of course, points and DLC for your faction on MakeWarNotLove.com. So you already got some goodies after day one. You're going to get some more after day two as well. Check your emails, and some free DLC is coming your way. And then, of course, we put the same question to everybody at Sega HQ to determine which was their favorite as well. And they have come back to an answer. The winner from that is Amplitude. So the pug does actually reign supreme. I actually predicted the pub to win both votes, but that's because I've seen puppies on the internet before. Clearly, that rule has not been followed on this occasion. I'm going to go ahead and welcome Will and Todd to come join me on the couch now. We're going to talk about how these were put together and how they feel about winning some delicious DLC for their fans. So before we get started, just briefly introduce yourselves, what faction you represent, what game you represent, and why you're here this weekend.
So hi, I'm William. I'm here representing Amplitude and Endless Legend.
And I'm Todd, representing Creative Assembly and Total War Warhammer. And yeah, obviously I had that lovely Skarsnik and Gobbler combo. What can you not love about the bond between a goblin and his squig?
I have to say, it has to be quite powerful for you to basically overcome puppies and kittens on the internet. That's an incredibly strong performance you guys put in.
Yeah, they had the pug, but they went for a catapult, and we all know that the trebuchet is the true master of siege warfare. So I mean, maybe if they'd gone with that, it might be a different story, but you can't beat the bond of Gobbler and Skarsnik.
That's very true, and of course, well, we've already seen you on the stream a couple of days ago where
Indeed.
General Winter obviously crushed face with absolutely everyone from day one, right?
Indeed, yes, absolutely. That's what happened.
So how do you feel about picking up even more points now, and you're getting yourselves on the scoreboard? I believe this actually puts you in second place behind Creative Assembly as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I think Sega made the right choice, ultimately. And I would like to say that, you know, our community is a lot smaller than CA's, but we nearly won the popular community vote as well. And also, final thing, pugs, it's not just like a popularity grab. You know, the pug is very important for Amplitude. We've got pugs in all our games, in Easter eggs everywhere, so, yeah.
Do you have pugs in the office?
We do. We have a plushy pug. We don't actually have a live pug yet, but I'm pretty sure that's coming soon.
You can get like a team of live pugs,
Yeah,
like per department, and actually have them face off on a stream.
It's
We'd
good
watch
for company morale.
You
Definitely good for
would get
company morale.
100K concurrent on that stream.
Yeah, I think so.
Absolutely. Well done to both of you. Can you reveal at the moment what kind of DLC your factions are likely to get, or is that going to remain a mystery until later this afternoon?
I might keep it as a bit of a mystery for later on this afternoon. Got some good things to show later on, though.
All right. Well, hopefully we'll be keeping an eye out for that. How about you, Will?
Yeah, all I can say is that it's going to be in the theme of this event. So yeah, mysterious.
Well, speaking of mysterious and the theme for this event, next up, of course, we have to go into day 3 of the competition, and that's going to be a little bit different to how it was before. We've had points assigned for Faction versus Sega, we've had points assigned for the artwork yesterday, and today it's going to be all about streaming. All 4 of our factions are going to be taking a turn off on this stage on my right, which you will get to see in a little bit, and they will have the chance to impress viewers and educate us about their factions, their games, and exactly what makes them tick, and try and get as many of you involved as possible. There will be 2 prizes involved, one chosen by Sega for the most engaging stream, but also we're trying to get the most concurrent viewers, so make sure you share on social media, you share the stream links as well. We're at twitch.tv/Sega, and on, I believe, 3 other platforms as well. We're basically being broadcast everywhere on the internet today, and get your fans watching when your game is up. We have a short video to show you exactly how today's rundown is going to work, and you will get to see all 4 factions in turn. So let's check that out, and we'll be back with Faction 1.
All factions are live PC Gamer Weekender. Each faction has a 1-hour stream hosted on the Sega Twitch channel for you to check out. Points are on offer for most concurrent views during the hosted hour, 100 points. Most engaging stream as determined by a Sega judge, 150 points. Plus, 100 extra PC Gamer Weekender exclusive points. Any attendees of the show who play our Sega Bass setup at the PC Gamer Weekender Lounge and set the highest score on the day will have 100 points added to their chosen faction's total. Total points available, 350. Only the top 2 scoring teams will move through to the live final.
So that's how today's challenges are going to work out. I am joined on the couch now by Dawn of War. We have Carol, game designer on Dawn of War. We're going to be talking a lot about Dawn of War 2 and 3 today as well, which is going to be incredibly exciting. And of course, we have Adam from 2 Angry Gamers joining us on the couch, who will be playing Dawn of War in the first segment that we have here. So first of all, Carol, let's talk about what you guys are going to be giving to your streamers today and what you want people to be most engaged with. What do they have to look forward to?
Yeah, so Adam is joining us here, and he's going to be playing through The Last Stand from Dawn of War 2. And throughout the stream, we're going to be chatting about Dawn of War 2, our previous franchise games, Dawn of War 1, and more importantly, Dawn of War 3, what people have to look forward to, what we're presenting here at PC Gamer Weekender, and what people have to look forward to in the game as a whole.
Great, and Adam, what do we have to look forward to on the blooper reel from you at the end of this hour?
Well, I haven't played Last Stand since, it's been a long time, since Last Stand first came out pretty much. I haven't actually played the Necron Lord, so maybe it might be nice to play him, but I'm going to start off with the Farseer, somebody I know how to play, and yeah, so maybe a lot of fails.
Is there anything in particular you're looking forward to, not just in this hour, but also we have to talk about the impending release of Dawn of War 3 as well.
Yeah,
you've had the odd glimpse of that. Anything you can say?
I'm very excited for it. I managed to get a little gameplay in Gamescom, and that's on our YouTube channel, 2 Angry Gamers TV. And yeah, it's definitely more like Dawn of War 1 than Dawn of War 2, and that's going to be a touchy you're kind of pulling at different heartstrings there. Some people are going to love it. Some people maybe going to be a little bit apprehensive to begin with, but hopefully we're all going to be pleasantly surprised.
All right, that looks awesome. And before we actually get into the gameplay as well, we're going to let you set up. And while you're doing that, we're going to be able to show you just a little bit of a teaser on what Dawn of War 3 is going to be all about. Take a look at this.
Peggy 16.
Fiery skies shall light the way, and blood shall spill over the wandering world. The spear of Cain shall call the wayfarers, and the Storm Prince shall unite them.
Soon a wandering world will appear and bring with it the spear of Cain.
It's a race to the pointy stick. You know what that means, don't ya? Let's war!
Tell your cowering lord no one, including him, will touch it so long as I live.
If you're set on staying this course, I must choose rebellion.
Eldar! Prophecy comes to pass!
One of the boys is gonna drive us around.
It does. Yeah, no, I absolutely adore that trailer. I just saw it yesterday and I'm super excited about it. I love that little skit at the end with the Gretchen jumping into the truck being launched. It's very orky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the orcs, they don't care about squishy Gretchen, like, greenskins. It's all about just war, murdering, and getting the victory.
Exactly, yeah. You throw green skin at the problem, whatever it is. Yeah.
So we're going to play some Last Stand, which I haven't played in a while.
Yeah, so what are you going to be playing as? Do you know?
I think I'm going to play as Farseer. On my screen, I've got the Farseer up. Are you looking at the... If I read it, maybe the screen's a bit lagged. I'm on the main screen, Last Stand.
Oh, yeah, we're not seeing what you're seeing.
I think we're seeing the other computer. Okay, no worries. Just
so good.
All the three factions are announced. We know it's going to be a love triangle of Eldar, Orcs, and Space Marines.
Yes.
Loads of other races, but those are the three that we're going to see initially in the campaign.
Yep.
And they all play very differently, right?
They all play very differently, yeah. So we basically take our cue from what makes each faction very unique.
Yeah.
So like we were talking about, orcs are about throwing green skin at the problem. They come in large numbers, and that's how they approach the battlefield.
Yeah.
And they also take advantage of the fact that they're incredibly resourceful. So we can chat a bit more about that. Space Marines, on the other side, they don't fear anything. They just drop in the middle of a battlefield. It doesn't matter what they're up against. They're up to the challenge always.
Well, obviously for the Emperor.
Exactly. Whereas Eldar, their problem is that they're squishy. There's not a lot of them, so they need to be careful when they drop into the battlefield. So they rely a lot more on placement, tactics, and being able to get in and out of combat quickly.
Positioning and flanking and things like that.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, so Kara's sat way away. I can't quite reach.
I know.
But she's in the room.
I'm in the room.
Any questions, I'll be firing at her throughout.
I'm omnipresent today. Yeah.
Like the Dawn of War 3 god just hovering over.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got the game up now. I always used to play as Eldar in Dawn of War 2, so I'm going to start off Last Stand as the Farseer. There's only Farseer for Eldar. I never got to play as the Overlord. I stopped playing before this guy got added, so maybe we'll try him in a little bit.
Oh yeah, he's
depending on how far I get.
He's very recent.
Yeah?
Yeah, we only released him last year. So.
Okay, so we've got... this Witchblade of the Crone was always good. Help me out here, because I've not played this in a long time.
Oh god, I can't. I'm not wearing my glasses, so I'm just going to come
Let's
closer.
Go with Pistol of the Warseer. And then this one's got me a Fearless trait.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And runes of that. Let's go with that. Oh, can I put 2 runes in? Yes, lovely. Yeah. Okay, excellent. Nope. There we go. So it has been a long time since I've played this for guys watching. So prepare to see me fail on the first wave.
I have my hopes up.
Okay.
I think you'll do very well. Yeah. So, Adam, what are you looking forward to the most from Dawn of War 3?
I think just, it's a new Dawn of War. The multiplayer is going to be big for me, but the campaign looks really interesting as well, because it's not like we've got a separate campaign for Orcs, a separate campaign for Eldar, stuff like that. And often the campaign kind of acts as a bit of a tutorial for RTS games, but this seems to be like a nice central narrative that kind of takes you through all the races that are involved, with all of them kind of coming to a head, presumably to middle or end.
Yeah, exactly. There's definitely been a lot of love put into the narrative of Dawn of War 3. And I think that the campaign will not only play a big role in teaching you all of those 3 armies, but also in getting you invested in the story as a whole, right?
Yeah.
Like, who are these characters? Why are they important? It does a really good job of introducing you to the different elites that you can play in each army.
Yeah.
So it'll be a good experience for every player of Dawn of War 3 to go through the campaign as they jump into multiplayer as well.
I think for the keen-eyed people around, there's footage out there of Orc gameplay, of Space Marine gameplay, and of Eldar, I think.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah. So
Yeah.
generally, you can get an idea for yourself if you just search around on YouTube and stuff for how the races are going to play. And the Orcs, like, what's the big differences? Like, if I'm playing Orcs and somebody else is going to play Eldar, what are the differences between those? Like you said, there's positioning for Eldar, but what makes Orcs so special? Why are they so resourceful?
So Orcs are resourceful because they can turn the battlefield to their advantage. So they have a basic mechanic called scrap. So as vehicles and walkers get destroyed in the battlefield, they turn into scrap that Orcs can then take and turn into either upgrades for their units, or if you have Gretchen on the battlefield, they actually can turn it into units for them. So you can build a Death Copta out of a fallen Viper.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and so they spawn with a bit less health. If you have Gretchen around and you're very skilled at micromanaging your units, you can heal them up. Yeah, so a very good Orc player is going to have a bunch of Gretchen on the field, just constantly reinforcing their army,
even
making it bigger and
mid-battle,
better.
you just be able to we've killed a Predator tank. Let's turn that into a killer can or something.
If you have to be as an Orc player, I've seen that the best ones are the ones that are very good at multitasking.
Do I have to? I'm not sure why this game hasn't started yet. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, it's all good. So
it should start, right? Maybe quit out and start again. I don't know. I haven't played Last Stand in a while. Okay, we've got that ready. Can I close the... Yeah, I just want to play on my own. Don't really want to search. Sorry, guys. Yep. Yeah, I can't seem to play on my own. Let's try one more time, and then failing that, we'll just do a skirmish against the AI or something. But we want to talk about Dawn of War 3, really, so let's just continue our conversation. So, Eldar, what makes the Eldar great?
So, what makes the Eldar great? That's my favorite faction, so it's a difficult question because so many things make them amazing.
Yeah.
But it's more importantly that they rely so much in their placement tactics around the battlefield, and we've done a lot to make players able to relocate and place their bases strategically, connect them among the battlefield, so that you can move units in and out of combat easily.
Okay.
I say easily. It really is very challenging to pull that off because things have to be counterable, right?
Yeah.
So the other factions have ways to find your bases, figure out where you're relocating to, finding you if you're on stealth cover, etc. So it's not like you can just take advantage of that avenue.
Yeah.
It's something that you have to constantly be aware of and take care of yourself.
So some guerrilla kind of warfare kind of tactics will probably work quite well. Reappearing, attacking, disappearing.
Yeah, exactly.
Trying to be
so
all over the
Eldar, one thing that's unique to them in Dawn of War 3 is that they have shields. So Eldar have shields. They rely on them to stay among the battlefield because once they lose those shields, they actually start to lose numbers very quickly.
Okay.
And as an Eldar player, you don't really throw your numbers at the problem like Orcs, right? You want to keep your units alive as much as possible.
Yeah.
So we have a mechanic called webway nodes. It's a structure that you can build forward, and it'll basically buff your units. It makes their shields regenerate quicker.
Yeah.
It makes them move faster.
Okay.
So you place those among the battlefield and constantly retreat to them as soon as you start losing numbers so that your shields are up and you can go back into the small skirmishes without losing.
Okay, that sounds cool. And then obviously the last faction, Space Marines, like you said, they don't fear anything. They've got a lot of deep striking units, things like that.
Yeah, so they have Death from Above mechanic, which basically allows them to place units in drop pods and drop them anywhere in the battlefield where the Space Marine player has vision. So it's really great because it allows players to move their army forward to react to a battle that they could potentially lose. Yeah, so it just makes it a lot of fun to play with them.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've played Dawn of War, but I've instantly getting a feel for it again. So I just jumped into a skirmish match because the last stand the games didn't seem to start. I'm not sure why. So I've just jumped into a skirmish against the computer.
Yeah. So what from Dawn of War 2 was your favorite part?
For me, it was the ability to kind of have the hard cover and flanking, and I did miss the larger unit battles, but I did appreciate the extra kind of tactics that's involved. Obviously, we've got it's more about kind of map control in this Dawn of War compared to Dawn of War 1, where you've obviously got requisition nodes, the victory points, and also the power nodes that you can reinforce as well, and then build your power generators on.
Yeah. There was a lot less to manage, so a lot more focus on the heroes that you bring to the battlefield, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's more about just controlling your individual squads, keeping them alive, retreating them when they're low, because then you can they can be reinforced. But you've got to be careful when you retreat units, because if you retreat your units and they are going to get meleeed by banshees or whatever you come up against, orcs particularly, they'll just tear you apart because you're vulnerable to melee when you're broken.
Yeah, exactly. And so Adam, you were a big Dawn of War 1 player as well, right?
I played a lot of it, yeah. It came out, I think, just as we kind of started university, so it was 50% working on my degree, 50% playing Dawn of War.
Oh, okay. That's awesome. I know that story. So what did you enjoy a lot about it?
Dawn of War 1 I'd always been a fan of the tabletop of Warhammer, so it was the first kind of really, really great game based in the 40k universe. And it had like the voice acting and voice art was so good, coupled with just incredible animations and stuff, especially for the time.
Yeah.
Obviously, you got to look back and consider how long ago it was.
I know, it was so long ago, and I know that when I started working at Relic, me and my boyfriend just at home watched the trailer for Dawn of War 1, and he was just telling me how big of an impact that caused in his life as a whole, because it was like it marked kind of a benchmark in the industry.
Yeah.
It was such an epic trailer.
Yeah, and it wasn't really matched for a long time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So I'm up against Nids here, and I don't really want to get these guys tied up into melee. I did equip some grenades on some of them. Here we go.
So much blood.
Well, that's what war's about.
Yeah, that's what Warhammer's about.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't want these brood warriors to get too much up in my grill. What have we got here? Oh, a lictor. So if I remember, I couldn't remember what the melee key was. Z, damn it. I was going to try and melee that lictor as he ran through me.
He just had an agenda of his own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh god. Oh my god, look at the blood.
Run!
Okay, we're good. You have to forgive me, guys that are watching. This is like watching a new player. I haven't played in so long.
Yeah, and it's very different. And you have gotten a chance to play the Dawn of War mission demos that we have out there?
Yeah, so I played Dawn of War 3. I played the Space Marine mission.
Oh, nice, yeah.
And that was back at Gamescom.
Yeah.
That was pretty fun. We've got the new I can't remember the name of the lady.
Oh, the Imperial Knight Soldier.
Yeah, and so there's this huge kind of armor suit Titan thing with massive Gatling guns. It's really cool.
No, she's one of my favorite units in the game as a whole. And that's something that's very unique to Dawn of War 3 in comparison to the rest of the franchises. we've really built the biggest units that we've ever created.
Yeah.
And on top of that, we just gave them insanely powerful, awesome-looking abilities. So I think that the Space Marine demo is a really good testament to our intentions there. But even now, like on the trailer that we shared at the beginning of this stream, you can see how other super units like the Wraith Knight on the Eldar side come to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're super fun.
Oh, I shouldn't have retreated those in melee there. Oh no, we're good, we're good. I'm looking forward to playing as orcs. We got some footage sent to us by Relic, which we kind of had a bit of an analysis made of on our YouTube channel, and yeah, they do play quite differently.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I think it's one of the hardest factions to approach, and it's a hard one to get a good grip on.
Yeah.
But once players do, I find that they can really dominate games. It's really just a matter of going in with a strategy in mind. I don't think it's a faction that you can really use in a reactive way. I mean, you can, as with everything. Like, we never want to put players in the back foot or never feel like they can't win a game just because they didn't go in with a strategy. But when a player playing as orcs goes in with a peculiar intention of like, I'm going to build a lot of these, or I'm going to mass this other thing, I'm going to play defensively until I can pull off this X strategy, those are the players that really shine in battle.
Okay. So with obviously we've got base building back in Dawn of War with Dawn of War 3.
Yep.
That was a big thing that a lot of people didn't like about Dawn of War 2.
Yeah.
Was that they couldn't base build.
Yeah.
How is that going to change the way that you kind of control the area? So obviously in Dawn of War 2 you couldn't really dominate a battlefield with, say, like buildings. I couldn't build tons and tons of turrets and completely lock down an area. Is there that kind of gameplay going to be in Dawn of War 3? Will I be able to get some Space Marine servitors to build me a load of, like, a forward base with turrets and things like that?
So it depends on how you're using the resource point in the battlefield.
Yeah.
So bases in Dawn of War 3 play very differently for the three armies, and we can chat a bit more about that. But so you're not building turrets per se. You're building around your resource points, and you can build listening posts that come with a turret that both protect your resources and create a space for you to be able to retreat your army to.
Okay.
There's also other benefits to having your base forward, in that you can move your units back to you, that base, to be able to reinforce your units. You can reinforce also at allied bases. And there's interesting elements at play in that what you're choosing to risk, right? Do you want to build a structure that it won't matter if you lose it, but you can reinforce your units there? Or do you want to build a structure because you want to field units forward as quickly as possible?
Okay. So you've kind of got to make the decision between, is it going to be a defensive forward point or somewhere where you're going to build units to be offensive with?
Yeah, exactly. And so with an army like Eldar, for example, the advantage that you have is that you can create teleporting. You can set portals between your bases.
Yeah.
So you can build a structure that is cheap, that it's not going to hurt you too much to lose it. Keep your expensive buildings in the back, way over at your base. And if you tier up quickly enough, you can connect your base buildings to those webway nodes that you're building forward. And move your units directly from your base to the middle of the battlefield, where they can set up an ambush, they can turn the tide of a battle, etc. Yeah, so it's a kind of a risk-reward type deal.
Okay, I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then orcs play very well. Their base building is a bit different than Eldar and Space Marines, because they actually tech up through their WA towers. So there's been like different iterations of what. Oh my God!
Yeah, it was a pretty quick game against the AI. Obviously, I haven't forgotten that much about this game.
AI did not shine there too much, but that was pretty good.
Let's up the difficulty, because I think we've still got time.
Yeah. So you can play another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was talking about orc teching. So they rely on their Wa towers. So Gretchen can build Wa towers, and they can build them at the base, so that they can build them forward. And you can build up to 5. Well, you can build as many as you want, but you tech up to 5. And the difference is that Eldar and Space Marine players will tech up through their HQ. Orcs rely on building those Wa towers because we want players to be able to build those forward. Those Wa towers are ultimately creating opportunities for the Orc players to upgrade their units through scrap.
Can you degrade an Orc player by killing all his Warg towers?
No.
No.
No. So that is something that that you could do before on previous iterations of the franchise, but it's something that we, with intent, removed from this game. But
so once they hit tier 2, they're tier 2.
They're tier 2. Yeah. It's losing your Wa towers won't make it so that you can no longer build certain types of units.
Yeah.
Because that'd be very unfair to the Orc player. You do want to, however, destroy their Wa towers because they come with an ability that Orc players can use to tremendously buff their horde.
Okay.
And so if you, it's one of my favorite mechanics in the game. If you hear music, that means the Wa tower has been activated. They're just like playing music and getting super bumped
Are
and
we
excited
talking like
about
drum and
fights.
bass? So what kind of music
Oh, we're
are they
talking
into?
about like some like rock riffs, a la Mad Max.
Okay.
I don't know if you remember that scene. Have you seen
with
the
the guitar
latest
guy
Mad Max?
on the poles
Yes.
and stuff? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I know
so
what you're
it's
talking
a
about.
huge inspiration.
Nice.
Yeah, it's just hilarious. But if you're an opponent to an Orc player and you hear that music, you want to get out of there as soon as possible because
Okay.
that means the horde is coming for you and it's not going to be fun.
So do the Orcs, I used to love, I played Eldar a lot in Dawn of War 2, but I still love the Orcs. They have kind of the heroes. Can you buff the boys and call a Warg, which will make them kind of like crazily powerful for a certain amount of time, stuff like that?
Yeah, well, that's basically the Wa tower. It does that. It inspires all of them and it buffs their damage and their speed for a period of time and within a radius. So that is the role of the Wa towers. In addition, they basically are constantly calling in scrap so that the Orc player can upgrade squads at the Wa tower. So they each have many different upgrades and they do a variety of different things. The elite heroes on the Orc side also interact with scrap. An example is, for example, Gorguts. He has an ability where he throws his claw and starts spinning it around him. And if
I saw that on the video on our channel. He kind of like starts spinning. Is it like his fist on a chain?
It's his fist on a chain, and he starts spinning it, and he creates like a force field around him that actually absorbs projectiles. So it can be used to protect units within the AOE that covers the claw.
Okay.
Units within that AOE that are the enemies will take damage and are severely slowed. But yeah, so if Gorguts interacts with Scrap and he upgrades himself, this is one of my favorite mechanics. If he finishes completely that ability, if he doesn't interrupt it or get interrupted, at the end he does a Wa and there's like fireworks and the boys around him get really excited and they get buffed. So as an opponent, if you see that that's happening and you see that Gorguts is upgraded, you want to either like knock him back or stun him so that his ability stops and he doesn't get to buff the units around him.
Okay. Well, that sounds fun.
Yeah. So you went with Eldar again on the second row?
The Eldar War was my favourite, and I played Farseer just now, and I wanted to play as the Warlock. And I always used to love the Seer Council quite a lot.
Yeah.
I do think the AI is... I know, I'm slightly in the lead. Not too far, though.
Did you change the difficulty for this one?
Yeah, this is on hard now.
Nice, okay.
Yes, I need to mildly concentrate. So the Warp Spider Exarch's down here. He just decapped my power. But I'm trying to just keep a tight grip on the balance of the victory points so I can get more victory points and win.
Yeah. I love the aesthetic on this game, how different Fog of War looked between what you had vision on and what you didn't. very peculiar.
Yeah, it's got a nice kind of feel to it.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very readable, I find.
I think that's
Yeah.
why that was one of the things that I loved as well a lot about this game was the visuals.
Yeah.
And I know that like the animations are something that have always been just so good in Dawn of War games compared to some of the RTSs where units kind of just fall over when they die, whereas it's more of a
Yeah.
spectacle when a unit dies in Dawn of War.
Yeah. No, it's something that Relic has always cared for, and I think it's very evident that we still care a lot for it. And like every gameplay video that we've shown of Dawn of War 3 shows a lot of love for the animation, especially attention to details, like particular details. One of my favorites is Beauty the Morkanaut, who's one of the elite units in the Orc army.
Okay.
She has this ability where, well, she's not a woman, she's an
A
it.
lady orc.
It's like they call it a beauty because it's such a beautiful machine.
Oh, okay.
So I should be referring to it as it.
Well, people call
But,
cars her, don't they?
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, so Beauty can has an ability to call in Gretchen so that they can repair it.
Yeah.
And it just like hits its stomach, and then the squad comes from out of its stomach, like their door opens and they come out and start fixing it. It's just such a charming, fun animation. I find that orcs are really the comic relief of the 40k universe.
Definitely, yeah.
And so
I
it's
think
super
they always
nice.
have been as well.
Oh, they always have been, yeah.
And
but
it's so lovely to hear some great audio lines in in the gameplay that we've seen so far, especially with
yeah,
the orcs.
yeah. Oh, they're so much
Because
fun.
I do think that's like a staple in the Dawn of War franchise as well, is having this back and forth between characters. Especially, I like it when they talk to each other. Like if
Yes.
a certain hero sees another hero, there's a special kind of piece of dialogue that happens.
Yeah.
And it'll be, it won't just be, oh, the Farseer always says this when she sees an enemy. It's
Yeah.
specific because she's seen a Force Commander or
Yeah.
she's seen an Orc or stuff like that.
Yeah, oh, and that's something that man, I absolutely love from Dawn of War 3. The sound design team has done an absolutely amazing job with the game, and in bringing building more substance in the battlefield. There's like you were talking about, there's something really cool about the units being able to know what they're up against and comment on that. And yeah, so they've just done such a great job. And we haven't shown multiplayer yet, but I think there's a lot to look forward to in that sense for multiplayer.
Okay, I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to that.
Yeah, me too.
I think a lot of people are waiting for the multiplayer. Because
Yeah.
all RTSs, obviously they have, many of them have single player campaigns, but with things like, if even going back as far as Command & Conquer and Age of Empires, it's always been about those multiplayer experiences and games.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm very excited for people, well, for when we start talking more about it and hearing what people think, etc. But we've really shown the core substance of it, which is bringing epic, awesome, large heroes with incredible abilities into the battlefield and synergizing them with huge armies. It's really about bringing back the best from Dawn of War 1, the best from Dawn of War 2, and creating a very unique experience. People have seen the global abilities that each army has, right? Like we've shown the orbital beam that Space Marines have.
Yeah. That looks really cool, that effect, when people
Yeah.
like disintegrate in the beam.
Oh, it's really
when
cool.
the first time I saw that, I was like, wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it's really cool, and again, like all of that will be there, and it'll be part of your experience there. It's just a matter of how you're going to be able to use it in such a hectic scenario. So I can't
feel
wait.
like I'm winning this one as handedly as I did against the...
I feel like you are, yeah. AI is not putting much of a challenge here.
No, come on AI.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, tier 2 now as well.
Yeah.
So I always liked that you could queue up tier 2 upgrades just before you'd hit tier 2 in this as well.
Yeah. Well, it was nice because if you knew that that's something that you wanted,
Yeah.
and
You could already
you're
pay
not-
for it before it was kind of ready.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a super nice mechanic. Because sometimes you want to be able to like plan ahead whatever you can plan ahead, and then focus your decision making like at a micro scale,
Yeah.
and the things that are more immediate. But yeah, that's something I like.
Let's see if I can kill this guy here.
Oh man,
Come on.
this opponent is not really up to the challenge.
I
Quite
forgot that
terrible.
you could hurt your own units with the grenades.
Yeah. Oh man, I love the Banshees so much. They're such a cool unit.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see them in Dawn of War 3. And
Yeah.
Also, I saw in the trailer you've got the Aurochs. Are they called Aurochs? The guys with the wings. Eldar characters with the wings, like jump pack units.
Oh, the Autark.
Oh, that's the one. Yeah, I mispronounced
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yes, we have the Autark. Shadow Spectres, which are really cool. One of the worst units to be up against if you're against an Eldar player. They are really brutal, especially if you're going with a strategy that relies a lot on tanks, vehicles, walkers. So they're the worst.
I'm just kind of strangling his requisition and his power, really, as much as I can.
Oh yeah.
I love
Really
the
good.
Banshee Scream as well.
Oh,
It's
it's
completely
so good.
yeah, the demoralization, and then obviously in Dawn of War 2 when a unit retreats, you do extra damage to them in
Yeah, as they
melee.
go.
So the Banshees are just perfect for that. Break
Yeah.
somebody and then just cut them to ribbons.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't want that.
Yeah, I found that was a cool mechanic. That was it's sort of very present in the tabletop, and also in D&D. In that, like when you're moving away from combat, you kind of get punished for that.
Yeah.
Um,
Is there any kind of
so-
morale or system in Dawn of War 3? Is there any way to like break a unit and force them to retreat?
No. So
No.
we don't have retreat in the way that it's been done before.
Okay.
We really tried to stay away from mechanics that would remove agency from the moment-to-moment management of your units.
Okay. So basically, if a unit's gonna, they're gonna die, you need to be aware of it. Otherwise, you're gonna lose them because you weren't paying attention.
Yeah, and like you can get out of a combat that you're going to lose. There are ways for you to get out of being tied up, for example. And then what you have to do is just move your units back, either retreat them to a base that you've built forward, or retreat them all the way back to your base where you can reinforce them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's an interesting design decision because I do think that you've got two types of people. One person who's in the camp that loves Dawn of War 2 and the way that the morale system, the cover system works, and then another camp that loved the more micromanagement, kind of micro-intensive Dawn of War 1, where you have to manually kind of be in charge of every single unit. And like you said, like I said rather, like if they are going to break, you need to kind of
Be aware of
be
it.
aware of it. Otherwise, you're going to lose the entire squad.
Yeah.
Whereas in this, it kind of makes it a little bit easier in a way because if the unit's weakened or they have their morale broken, they'll retreat on their own. So you don't
Yeah.
actually have to manually pull them back. And
Yeah,
you just
they'll
end up
just-
finding a squad in the base going, oh, well, that's lucky they're there because otherwise they would have been dead.
It's a nice to have it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they kind of do it on their own, in a way. Yeah, and in Dawn of War 3, it's certainly a lot more reliant on you being able to manage the state of your squads, breaking out of a combat that you know you're going to lose or you know you're going to win, or retreating strategically in order to keep your units alive. Sometimes it's worth it to sacrifice units in order to get that damage, to like finally destroy that building, get somebody out of cover, etc. So it's more a matter of on a moment-to-moment how you're assessing the risk-reward, and being able to make decisions that benefit you in the long term.
Oh, that was a bad grenade. It's okay. It's worked
Oh,
out
they're
right.
having a bit of a comeback here.
Nah.
Doing a little bit better? No?
I've got Wraith Lords and I've got a Falcon Grav tank coming out as well.
Oh god, yeah.
It's not gone well for the hard AI.
Yeah. I love the Falcon.
Yeah, the Prism tank was always my favourite.
Prism tanks are awesome. Yeah.
Okay, well, there we go.
Nice.
That was a normal and a hard AI, and
Yeah.
I haven't played Dawn of War 2 in too long, to be honest. I really enjoyed that.
You
I
did
might
very
have to,
well.
Yeah, I might have to do another little stream sometime before Dawn of War 3 comes out.
Cool.
But thank you for having me on the stream, guys.
Yeah, no, thank you for coming over.
Thanks for answering the questions. Lots of insights there.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh,
So I
my
think we're
pleasure.
going to go to a VT.
Yep, I think so.
Peggy 16.
Fiery skies shall light the way, and blood shall spill over the wandering world. The spear of Cain shall cool the wayfarers, and the Storm Prince shall unite them.
Soon a wandering world will appear and bring with it the spear of Cain.
It's a race to the pointy stick. You know what that means, don't ya? Let's war!
Tell your cowering lord no one, including him, will touch it so long as I live.
If you're set on staying this course, I must choose rebellion.
Eldar! Prophecy comes to pass!
One of the boys is gonna drive us around.
Welcome back to Make War Not Love. We are back at PC Gamer Weekender, and you have just seen your first segment of the 4 factions that we have competing today. Dawn of War 2, of course, teasing us with a lot of details about Dawn of War 3 as well. The stream is now going to take a 10 to 15 minute break, so use the chance to grab yourself a bit of a refreshment. It is just about lunchtime over here as well, so go ahead and get a bite to eat. And we will be back with Endless Legend and Amplitude producing the next segment for you. So if you're a fan of Amplitude's work and Endless Legend, make sure you tune in and tell your friends now to get ready to tune into the stream in about 10 to 15 minutes. We'll see you then.
Peggy 16.
Sega.
For the first time, the Total War series is giving you a fantasy world to conquer. Four races are at war. Who will you lead? The Empire of Men, brave, well-trained, with unstoppable cavalry. The savage greenskins, a brutal tide of fang and muscle. Stout dwarfs, all but unbreakable in battle and unmatched in close combat. Or the dark bloodlust of the vampire counts. Ranks of undead infantry without remorse or fear. Epic fantasy battle on a scale you've never experienced. Choose your side and conquer this world.
Peggy 16.
Fiery skies shall light shall spill over the wandering world. The spear of Cain shall call the wayfarers, and the Storm Prince shall unite them.
Soon a wandering world will appear and bring with it the spear of Cain.
It's a race to the pointy stick. You know what that means, don't ya? Let's war!
Tell your cowering lord no one, including him, will touch it so long as I live.
If you're set on staying this course, I must choose rebellion.
Eldar! Prophecy comes to pass!
One of the boys is gonna drive us around.
Peggy 7.
What if I could begin again? I had reached perfect harmony before they came and destroyed everything. But sometimes you just need a single drop. To change everything.
Peggy 12.
It's the final few seconds before the lights go out, and the race to the podium begins. The fate of the championship rests on your shoulders. Your team rely on you to make the right decisions. And each decision could make or break your season. Would you gamble on an untested yet rising star, or keep him back for another season? With rain starting to fall and your driver wanting to pit, would you bring him in, or risk another lap on slicks? Do you keep faith in your own mechanics, or use stolen engineering plans to gain an edge? With tensions building, would you let your driver's personal rivalry simmer behind the scenes, or let it boil over onto the track? In the world of Motorsport Manager, all eyes are on you. Your plans are about to be put to the test. Every decision matters. Every moment pressured. Every point fought. Every defeat bitter. Every win savoured. Lead your team to racing glory. Epic victory or ultimate failure. There's only a heartbeat between them. Motorsport Manager. Take control. Out now on PC and Mac.
Peggy 7.
Sega!
Welcome back to Make War Not Love 4, live from PC Gamer Weekender. I'm Jorisar, and you have just seen, of course, the Dawn of War segment that was presented primarily by two angry gamers over the last hour or so. We're going to be getting into our second faction now as well. Now, for those of you just joining us, there are 4 factions here competing for your love and attention on stream this afternoon, with the winners gaining points and free DLC for the faction that you are supporting online. Next up, we have Endless Space 2 from the same guys who brought you Endless Legend. We're going to check out what they have to offer and how they're going to be filling up the next hour. So I'm going to be inviting Mathieu and Will onto the couch now. Come on over, guys. Hello. So Will, you've been here before. Mathieu, welcome back. How are you? Introduce yourself. Let the stream know who you are.
I'm great, thank you. So my name is Mathieu Girard. I'm studio head of Amplitude and co-founder of the studio. And I also work as a head of production, and I do lots of user interface programming for the studio.
Awesome. And is there anything in particular, if you had to pick one thing that you are most excited to share with the stream this afternoon, what is it going to be?
I'm most excited to share about Endless Space 2, so our next big game, which we're going to introduce to you in the coming hour. It has lots of innovative features, lots of cool stuff we want to show, so I can't wait to get started.
All right, and Will, why don't you talk to us a little bit about Endless Space 2? You're probably at least slightly gutted General Winter isn't in it, but I'm sure we can weave that in somehow.
I'm more
right?
gutted that an Endless Space 2 character isn't in Sonic All-Stars.
We should make that happen.
We'll see.
So
I'll
yeah,
have to
talk
ask
to us
Mathieu if he's okay with that.
Talk to us. What's the game about, and what are you going to be showing the stream over the next hour?
So Endless Space 2 is really about being the emperor of a vast galactic empire. You know, we've all dreamed of this. You know, we've got all these different alien species. They're all obviously got their own political agendas, and we are the emperor, and we manage all this, and of course, compete with other empires to rule the galaxy.
And if you had to summarize the genre and the gameplay style of what you're going for here, is there a way to box that, or does it span across sort of multiple definitions of what people
There's
would
actually
consider?
2 letters to box that. It's called 4X, so it's a genre of this kind of strategy games where you have to explore, expand, exploit, and exterminate. So this is this encompasses the scope of what you do as an emperor in this kind of game.
Excellent. Well, I'll leave you guys to it. You have the floor for an hour. Don't forget, of course, that points are awarded to the faction that does get the most viewers and also has the most engaging stream in the eyes of Sega. So hopefully you guys will produce some fantastic entertainment for us today. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the game is all about. I'll leave it to you guys now. Take it away.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So we're going to start with introducing Amplitude and the game we've done before, Endless Space 2, because we're going to spend a great deal of time with Endless Space 2. But maybe you haven't heard about our previous games, so we're going to show a video showing our previous games. So we started with Endless Space 1, released in 2012, which was actually one of the first games in early access on Steam. And it was really a great success for us. It's attracted lots of fans. We created a universe, a great game. We set some kind of new standard for Space 4X games. So it was
Definitely
a great first entry into the genre, which allowed us to go further. Our next game was Dungeon of the Endless.
Yeah, so Dungeon of the Endless released in 2014. We were big fans of roguelike games. We wanted to do something a little different, a little more small scale as a tie-in between Endless Space and our next game, Endless Legend, and it released on iPad and Xbox. So we really wanted to try different things with this game.
And there's a legend that Dungeon of the Endless was designed during an evening of too much drinking. It's partially true, actually. And coming to Endless Legend, which is our third game, so it's a 4X, but set in a fantasy universe, but still it's the same universe, the Endless universe, which connects as well the sci-fi aspects of Endless Space.
So it's kind of science fantasy.
And fantasy aspects of Endless Legend. And coming to Endless Space 2, so it's our biggest project so far, our most ambitious.
Yeah, definitely.
We're going to speak on how it's difficult to make sometimes a sequel to a successful game, because how much do you reinvent, how much do you want to preserve, and so it's a very rich, deep game with lots of features, lots of content. It also has made us evolve from a small indie studio to a greater studio, thanks to joining Sega as well.
Yeah, we wanted to take the best from Endless Space and Endless Legend, but also it is an Endless Space game, so it needs to be definitely in in the same philosophy as that, you know. But we also want to add new things, improve things. You can see, very beautiful game. We're looking forward to seeing players' responses when the game releases very soon.
So you have some footage here of the game. We'll go into the details in this presentation. So maybe we can start with our philosophy, which is somehow different from other studios.
Definitely.
Because we have a way of working with the community, which is specific to us.
Yeah, so Amplitude is all about open development. Again, we're one of the first studios to really get into the early access before it was even early access. We feel that when you're making something like a 4X, very large scale, that we need more eyes on every aspect of the game. So getting the players involved in the development of the game, getting community feedback is super important for Amplitude. It's really in our DNA.
And it's especially important for us. As we said, making a sequel is very hard. We don't want to do Endless Space 1.5 because it's not interesting, because the fan would not love it. But at the same time, if you remove everything from the first game, people are going to be flaming us. So it's a difficult balance to find between these two extremes.
And
so maybe you can explain what is a 4X game more in detail, exactly.
Yeah, so Matthew touched on that briefly. I think I might talk more about what we're really bringing to the 4X genre. So again, that's, you know, explore, expand, exploit, and exterminate. What we're really bringing with Endless Space 2, and obviously we cover all these elements, but we really wanted to bring forward more the politics, you know, really being the emperor of a galactic empire. You know, all your decisions have an impact on the population, and of course the population's political agendas have an impact on what you're able to do. Very interesting stuff.
You may have heard that we have joined Sega as of last summer, so it was an important move for us because we wanted to be more ambitious. We have a great universe. We wanted to have all the production values to show these strange factions, lore and stuff. So it was important for us to have a big team to make a great game, and the ambitions will not stop with Endless Space 2, and obviously
Definitely
it's going
not.
to continue thanks to Sega and on other games. So I think we're going to switch to the game itself.
Yeah, let's do this.
So we are showing one of the latest builds. So you have to excuse if there's some glitches and bugs because it's fresh from the oven. It was cooked yesterday morning, so it's not yet checked by the QA. And somehow it's a glimpse of what the fan will see in the next updates of Endless Space 2. So we're going to explain the experience and lore of the game in this presentation.
Yeah. So essentially the lore of Endless Space is extremely important. You know, this is a very rich universe. We've got this precursor race, the Endless, and the experience is really focused again on being the Emperor. We're going to play as this new faction that we've added in the latest update, which is Horatio, and we'll talk a bit more about that faction's lore. I might launch the game.
We can just check the options. So in the game, you're going to generate randomly the galaxy with lots of settings. So we have selected something which is cool for this presentation.
So every game is very different.
It's very different because you will have different resources, loot, star systems,
quests, events.
Factions. So every game is different, and it's not uncommon for players of our games to play 500 hours in total on Steam.
Indeed, yeah.
Okay, so let's start the game and speak a bit more about Horatio.
So we all know someone like this. Horatio is a kind of brilliant megalomaniac who decides that his talents are not sufficiently appreciated. So he decides to leave on his own on a star vessel in suspended animation. And he ends up landing on this planet where he discovers cloning technology from the Endless, which is this precursor race of the Endless universe. And so he decides that he's going to use this technology to populate the system with the most perfect being in the world, in the galaxy, which is, of course, Horatio.
So each faction has a specific lore, but it also turns into a specific gameplay.
Yeah. So in the case of Horatio is all about assimilating other factions into his empire, obviously, but then splicing their genes into Horatio's genes to make Horatio even more perfect than before.
And it's a thing we have perfected since our first game, is we have made the factions more and more exotic, meaning that each game, well, it's unique thanks to random generation, but also to the faction you choose, which you can even customize in the end game when it's released. Yeah. So let's, I think we're almost finished.
We want to see the final scene
Yes.
here. Yeah. So
The
yes,
clones taking a bow.
Horatio is a faction entirely composed of clones of a single person.
Okay, so we start the game at turn 1. So NS Space 2, like NS Legend, NS Space 1, is a turn-based game, meaning that you have all the time to think your strategy, to make your choices. And even in multiplayer, actually people are playing together in the same turn. And the game is meant to have short terms and to avoid waiting too much for the other players in multiplayer. So we have here our first star system and its home planet, Horatio Prime. It's obviously the first planet you have, but you will be able to control more as you move into the game. So let's check these strange numbers, which you see, which are called the FIDSI on the left.
Yeah, so the FIDSI are resources that are in all of the Endless games. We've got food, which controls population growth. Industry, which lets you build either ships or system improvements more quickly. We have dust, which is the main currency of the universe. It's a kind of near-magical substance which is used for all kinds of things.
And which has become the currency of the universe, basically.
Indeed, yeah. Science, which lets us unlock new technologies. And influence, which is a new resource that was added for Endless Legend, which is used for diplomacy, and in Endless Space 2 also used for politics.
So in this system view, this is where you're going to build some improvements, spaceships. You're going to queue them, and then in a matter of turns, they're going to build up and be available and improve the efficiency of your star system or allow you to launch ships to explore the galaxy. So it's the most fundamental entity of your empire, and you can obviously expand to other star systems in the game. Okay, so we have on top of the screen a number of icons. We're not going to open them except for the tech tree.
Oh,
so all of these icons allow you to manage specific parts of your empire. You can check where you stand in terms of victory conditions, check your senate and politics, check the economy, science. You can design new spaceships, manage your heroes, check for quests and special objectives you have to achieve, and finally do some diplomacy with the other empires. So it's really gives you access to all the aspects of living in an emperor in this game.
Indeed.
And so the tech tree, which you briefly saw, it's interesting because it was completely redone recently after some community feedback. And I think it's a good time to speak about the game together and how we approach working with the community. So you can launch this next video, please. And to explain what is Games Together, so it's a crowdsourced development for us. When we started the company, we were fans of 4X, but we didn't know how to make them. So we needed the help of experts from the community. So we have designed this platform, Games Together, to work together and to have the fans participate.
So this is a new site that we've launched Games Together in alpha now. And we have various features that let players propose ideas, voting contests, and it's kind of putting the game into making games. So you gain points through participation in the forums, and you're able to use these points as currency in order to influence the development in one way or another. So we're really all about community participation.
And we went as far as letting the community design one of the 8 factions in the game. So the Unfallen was designed in terms of gameplay, lore, visuals. After the community choices, there were 100 missions, I think. And then they were voted to select the winner. And then after that, we taken the work and finished it so that it can be integrated into the game.
Obviously, continuing to discuss with the others of these content. And so overall, Games Together is about fostering interaction between the pavilion live events like the Beer Together, the meetup at the Gamescom every year, trying to meet people and really discuss what is it that they enjoy in our games and how to give that to them as best we can.
Another good example is the way we have evolved the tech tree. So we can launch the next video, please, showing how the tech tree looked in update 1.
It's very large scale. Ah, there we go. There we go.
I think we're still on the video, right?
So this is the video from before. Hopefully we can get a shot of the game. Please, IT gods, answer my prayer. Oh, thank you. I will donate to the Church of IT immediately.
So we're going to cheat a bit and reveal the whole galaxy.
Yeah.
So obviously the end customers will not have access to this kind of cheat. And
there we go. We are not alone in the universe.
So you can see there's actually a set of constellation which limit your progression at the start of the game, but then you can discover new technology to move from constellation to another's. There's other empires, there's minor factions as well.
So these other empires will be played by either humans in multiplayer or by the AI. So, yeah.
And we're going to stop cheating and reload another start game.
Because, exploration is one of the 4Xs, so we don't want to just remove all the 4X. There we go. This game even has a save and a load feature. Isn't that amazing?
Okay, so going back to the game itself, we're going to play for a few turns now. What you have to do, obviously, is to build something in your star system. So we're going to select one of the improvements here to improve either our industry food output or, maybe this.
I like drone networks first, improve, obviously industry. If you build that first, everything will be built more quickly, so it makes more sense.
Okay.
Approval is good for a lot of stuff as well. Don't want our people rebelling. We might want to
research a technology.
Sure. Let's see, what are we going to grab? So we might want to get some military vessels out quickly. Let's see, does our home system have any strategic resources? No. So no point getting strategic resources. I think we might go for efficient shielding. I have been traumatized by playing against Medoc.
Okay.
And I know to get military ships out.
You can assign a hero to your system, which is going to make it more efficient by having a governor.
So heroes can be used either as governors and or admirals. Different heroes are better at different things. Heroes have their own personal ship that can be outfitted, and they also have a skill tree as well that allow them to specialize in various different areas.
Okay, so I think it's time to start exploring the galaxy.
Yes.
So you can use one of your ships to send it through one of the unknown lanes.
Yeah.
Exiting your system.
So explorers have a certain number of probes that can be used either to investigate curiosities, which are these little signals here, or to just send out into the depths of space in order to discover new nodes. So we might just look, what's this one here? We can see it's an atmospheric curiosity. No, life form. See, what is that life form? Let's send our probe over to investigate. And so we found some super spuds.
So its discovery can bring special resources, loot,
quests.
Even quests sometimes. So
we're going to send this other probe out to try and investigate this area.
So sometimes star systems are alone, disconnected, and probes are used to locate these special elements, which are not obvious when not connected by star lanes. Okay, so let's spend a few turns. I think you will have finished constructing and researching by then.
So we have a colonization ship. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and find a new system to colonize. And look what we have here. This is looking good. Tiny arid. Nah, well, I'm not sure my Horatios will love that one to bits, but they can live on it.
So in the game we have 22 different planet types. I think they all have different advantages. Obviously, some of them are easier to colonize when you start the game, but they have different advantages on industry, science. They have special anomalies, resources, so it's a lot to discover. And again, it's completely different for each game you play.
So we're going to end our turn again.
So in the galaxy, you can find exciting new star system, but also you can find some pirates, some minor factions, other empires. And when you start the game, you're only in Cold War with the other empires, so meaning you can fight in other systems, but then you can make peace with them, or become their enemy, or become allied. So you have a wide range of options on how to interact with the other empires.
I found a unique planet, so we've got all these unique planets as well, each with their own lore, to really build out the endless, the backstory of the Endless Universe. So this one was destroyed by a kind of grey goo nanobot plague. And of course, each unique planet has its own unique stats and artwork as well. So let's see. This one looks like a much better system, but we might want to just push ahead and look at that. Lovely. Great science, but not much of anything else.
It's barely inhabitable, so maybe we can try colonizing here. So there's a special feature when you colonize a planet in Endless Space 2. Should we go there? Yeah.
Yeah, let's just go here. All right. So I think we'll go for the larger one. Yeah. More population will be able to live there.
So when you do this, you're not actually creating a colony, you're creating an outpost,
Yeah.
which is different from what you had in Endless Space 1.
So, I mean, it was a bit abrupt to have suddenly I claim this system in the name of the planet Mars, etc. So the idea is here, we could have a second empire that sends an outpost to another system, and we would then be competing... Another planet, sorry. And we would then be competing for control of this system. We have...
So it's some kind of influence, colonization war without actually warfare with spaceships and ground troops.
Yeah, so we can use various actions, invest money or influence in order to try and increase the population growth. We can also connect this outpost to one of our systems, and that will create sort of automated ships. These little civilian ships will fly out, and that'll drain population from one to bring to another.
So let's move on a bit further into the game, so you can queue some improvements, some researches, maybe.
Sure thing. So we've apparently run out of researchers at this point. So
yeah, you can
let's
queue
see.
2 or 3 of them.
Want to get faster ships. Let's go for a bit of industry. This one's good. Exotic rations. Everyone loves exotic rations.
Let's go. So the tech tree can be impressive. Oh, sorry. It's a good point.
Oh, yes.
So each faction in the game has its own main quest, main storyline, with different objectives and choices. And obviously, in the end, all the main quests are going to converge into something else. But I don't think we're going to disclose it today, right?
No, we won't go too far into it. You'll have to play to discover Horatio's full story. But there is a story here about essentially clone backstabbing. Very exciting.
Clones who want to have their own identity, their own personality, right?
Clones who want to have their own identity, but also kind of want to be the one, so to speak. Want to be the perfect prime.
Okay.
All right, so let's keep going because we're going to come up to an election soon, and we want to show you what that's all about. So let's see. Next election, 7 turns.
Okay.
All right, so let's keep exploring. I think I can send out a probe here to try and... Maybe there's something off this way that is not connected by a lane. Keep going.
So it's a forest game. We're mostly doing for now the first 2x, I would say.
Yeah.
Explore and expand. Exploit, it's more a variation of exploit, a variation of expand, sorry. Meaning that you're going to improve your system to add... resource extraction, stuff like that. Okay, so another
We've
system.
got a bunch of great systems here. Let's just plow ahead a little bit. Here we go. Here's a little civilian vessel heading out now.
Is going to populate your outpost, right?
Indeed. Oh, and we met a minor faction. Great stuff.
So minor factions are independent empires with whom you can interact. Oh, there's a small missing image.
Yeah.
With whom
Still in development, folks.
We can interact to try to seduce them or to fight them or to bribe them, and then there's lots of options, and they can join your empire eventually.
And obviously, as Horatio, will want to splice their genes. You see here that this particular population, we don't yet have enough of them in our empire, but soon we will cull them for their DNA.
Okay, so let's move on.
Moving on.
You have a bit of exploration to do yet.
Yes, indeed. Let's send another probe out over here. Oh, there was actually a lane there. Silly me.
Okay.
Next. And we have to queue another building here. I think we've discovered new technologies, so we can start. Okay, good old industry. Ship experience. And we've also got some new vessels that we can build. We might build a couple of weapons there in case Maxence attacks us, because, you know, that's the kind of thing that happens in Endless Space 2. Maxence attacks you. Technology. Okay. Let's go for...
So the tech tree can be a bit scary because there's lots of stuff, but you have color codes to understand what kind of unlocks will be granted by which technology. So red is for military, green is for food, etc. So let's queue some more stuff.
Yeah, let's get access to the market. Let's see. Ooh, access to actions to influence the elections. That'll be useful.
Oh, election.
Yeah. Oh, here's another minor faction. So as Horatio, we're pretty happy with this situation. We've got all these different minor factions nearby that we'll be able to splice into our genome.
Ooh. Okay. And the next turn, I think, is going to be the
election is coming up. Yeah. We can see that we've got a political survey that shows that the ecologists are very much in power.
And then election. So the election is a special event happening every 10 turns in fast mode.
Yeah.
And basically the citizens of your empires are going to decide who are going to be their new senators, deciding the leading party in the Senate.
Yeah. So let's see about this. Oh, sorry, yes. We need to be at the end of the turn we have an election. So we'll just end the turn again. It happens on turn 10, but at the end. Now, we're actually a dictatorship, so as the emperor, we get to choose exactly who is going to be in power. We have the religious and the ecologists. And we can see that depending on who is in power, we have access to different laws. So each political party has their own laws that affect a specific aspect of the games. Obviously, the militarists will help us with warfare. The ecologists will help us terraform planets and have a happy population. It's also useful, this one here, for Horatio's trait. So I think we're going to give our official support to the ecologists so we can force the growth of our minor factions. And here we see we only have one system in our empire.
Yeah,
and
the election is rather quick, actually, because we have just one system.
Yeah.
And the result is...
the result, which is unfortunately hidden beneath our little
our
camera
picture
view.
picture.
But it shows that the ecologists have done pretty well overall. And so as a result, you know, if we'd backed the wrong horse, you know, we still need to pay attention to what our population wants as a dictator, because they will all rebel if we choose a party that's too unpopular. So we're not completely above and beyond worrying about what our population wants.
So we're going to switch quickly to another save game. We're going to see a more advanced game. And this time we're going to play a different faction.
Yes.
So you can select the save game. Whoops. Oh, yes. Okay, that's it. So we're going to play the Vodiani. So it's a new faction as well in Endless Space 2.
So Horatio was in Endless Space 1. This is an old favorite. The Vodiani are a new faction. They're a kind of vampiric.
Yeah, because we love vampires in all our games, so we had to have like vampires in Endless Space 2.
Broken Lords. So yeah, the Vodiani are quite different, both in terms of lore and gameplay. You know, they've kind of thrown off their mortal bodies to become kind of pure energy. They worship the virtual Endless, or one of the types of Endless, and they live in these kind of gigantic floating arcs that you can see, and they can just dock their arcs wherever they want.
So they do not colonize systems, they just orbit them, actually.
Indeed. And they don't conquer systems either, they just turn them into hunting grounds. So here we can... sorry, I said colonize, I meant conquer. They don't conquer systems, they...
Okay, so we can look at one of our systems to see how it fares. So it's a much more advanced system than what we have in the previous games. You can see lots of small dots floating around the planet. It means it's a representation of the amount of population you have on them. We also have built lots of improvements and stuff. So you can see the feeds on the star system itself are very, very high. Obviously, this is a top-notch star system. We can also use... sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we're going to look at, for a moment at the progress of victory. So we're doing pretty well here, you know. If we hold out for a little while longer, we will probably win through score. We're in first place in most places, so this is looking pretty good.
We can have a look at the Senates as well.
Yes, of course. So, I mean, currently our population is not very diverse. We only have Vojani. This is probably because the political party that we have in power has a lot of abilities in place to force like a single population, purity of our empire, etc. You can see we can gain collection bonuses when we reach a certain threshold of population for each type. We can see also that the Vojani, being a population that's very religious, quite militaristic, not very scientific, different political events will influence them in different ways.
So and this has resulted into the Senate being mostly militaristic and religious, right, in terms of the leading political parties.
And what that means for us is that we're able to pass certain laws and not pass others. So you can see we've mostly got religious laws and some militarist laws at our disposal that we can vote in. And these, again, let us kind of specialize our empire in one way or another and change at different times, though changing does cost influence. So you do kind of have to make a decision. There is some inertia there.
So let's go back to the galaxy view. As you can see, we have explored most of the galaxy using probes or navigations. And at this stage of the game, what is really interesting is to use the scan view system that we have in the game.
So we have this augmented reality mode that can be activated on any screen in the game. And that just basically gives additional information. So here we can see our trade routes, our trade companies, what they're producing. If we zoom out a little bit, we can see the diplomatic layer. So who we're at war with, who we're at Cold War with, where are we? And if we zoom in a little bit further, we can see what system is producing what, where are our strong systems, where are our weak systems. We can even get a sort of ranking of the systems if we go even further in normally. There we go.
So it's mostly useful to advanced player who wants to know more about the game, who wants to have a synthetic representation of the game data. So it's an advanced feature which really takes its meaning when you're about a third of the total game time.
It's really when you really want to optimize the heck out of it, it gives additional information,
So we've seen we were at war with the Cravers Empire. So we're going to make sure our ships are well prepared for the most likely the battle coming up. So in the game you can design spaceships by outfitting weapons, defenses, and so determining if they're efficient in attack, in defense. Are they more oriented towards physical weapons or energetic defenses? So there's lots of options on improving your spaceships in the game.
Ooh.
Okay, so we are going to pass a turn, and I think there's an enemy Cravers fleet attacking our system.
Yeah, quite a good fleet here, but we have quite a good fleet to oppose it, so we'll see what happens. Never mind that system. So what I did just then was to equip my capital ship with some more close-ranged weaponry, because I want to show off some of the other features here. So we also have a system called the Battle Play Deck system, and this lets us choose a limited number of battle strategies that can be played when we launch a battle. So for instance, we've got some that increase our shield capacity. We can have some that give us extra money when we kill ships, and we can also see here there are 3 flotillas maximum, and whether these flotillas will try and move in close or stay back to fire with long-range weapons. Of course, that plays into what weapons are equipped to the ships. I think we're probably going to go for a turtle on this. This is why I wanted my capital ship to be close range, because I want to put him in that flotilla right there in the middle. So, yeah.
Okay.
Let's just launch this battle. Beam.
Okay, so the rationale of the battle system in Space 2 is that you are playing as an emperor and not the captain of a spaceship. So it has led us to very specific design choices.
Yeah, so we want the setup to be quite quick and efficient. It needs to be a very meaningful choice, but we don't want it to stop the game and for players to be, spending hours, thinking about what they're going to do. So it's important as well that the economy plays a vital role in who wins. So access to strategic resources will provide us with special modules, special abilities on our ships. And finally, the auto resolve needs to be a viable thing. We don't want to force you to have to watch the battle. you know, watching the battle should provide you with extra information on what went well, what didn't, what you can do better next time. But it shouldn't be like obligatory. So there's no intervention during the battle. It's a choice we made because we want, you know, you to be an emperor, not like a captain, you know.
Okay, so we're watching here the basic view of the game, but we've added some since the release of the Early Access, some new way of visualizing the battle, of adding information, so you can activate a scan view as well in the battle.
Yeah, so this is a new view that we've added that adds, again, as with elsewhere in the game, a sort of additional tactical layer to everything. So if we zoom out a little bit, we can see the trajectories that our different flotillas are going along. If we zoom into a ship, we can see, you know, obviously the health and also the efficiencies of its various types of weapon and defense. So really getting, you know, all this information on, you know, how well our ships are doing, so that we can do better next time.
It's a way to validate all the choices you've made before the battle. When you design your ship, you specialize in some technologies and modules and stuff.
And we can see our capital ship here that's just going in straight in close with all those plasma cannons and just destroying everything in the opposing flotilla. So that was clearly a good choice. We can move ships around between flotillas, we can do various other things, and we've still yet to implement this overview camera here, which will give you an even better kind of strategic overview of what's happening in the battle. The idea really being that the setup is all important, whether it's the design of the ships or the play deck. Yeah, we want to give players the maximum number of tools possible at their disposal, so they can you know, figure out what went wrong or what went right and do better next time. Yeah.
So we're getting too close to the end of the presentation. So obviously this is not the final game yet. We have a lot to work on the space battle. Maybe you can give some details.
Yeah. So you know, we want to do obviously more detailed ship stats, what they're good for and against. A much better after-action report, more cards, more exotic weapon modules rather than just stat bonuses. We want to do arena effects, so depending on what kind of sun you're orbiting around, you know, or whether there's like wrecked ships in the system, and fighter bombers, which is going to be very exciting, you know, carrier ships. So we got various other things to add, and of course, you know, improvements to the AI, which I'm working on at the moment, to make it, you know, counter what the other player is doing a bit more effectively.
Obviously, there will be some ongoing progress on the tech tree as well, still on the minor factions and on all the stuff which is reported on the Games Together. So if you want to join the Games Together, you can use the link which may appear on the top of the screen. Sorry,
Have your
at some
say.
point. So it's www.gamestogether.com.
2 is in the number, not 2.
And so we have released 2 updates since the start of the Early Access so far, Update 1 and Update 2. There's a very good chance that the third update is going to be called Update 3. So it's going to bring new stuff like multiplayer, very exciting. A new major faction, again, very different. Its own play style, a completely alien. So it's
very weird.
Yeah, it was a nightmare for the gameplay programmers. So it should be great for you.
It's what we're for as designers.
And more life to the galaxy, and obviously new community stuff, which we've listened to, and which is going to be into the game.
We're reworking various systems that people have given us feedback on, like the manpower system, the population growth, the Senate, and also interactions with minor factions. These are all things that have been reported on the forums. We've been reading all your posts. Even if we don't reply to everything, we try to read everything. And that is definitely something that's going to be updated, that's going to be changed for the next update. So yeah.
So NSpace 2 is going to release this year.
Yes.
Without fault. We're almost there. It's going well because we have time to polish the game the way we want to, which is great. So it's going to be a great game. So feel free to join us on the Early Access or on the Games Together, and enjoy the show today. And thank you for your attention.
Thanks for listening, guys.
Peggy 16.
Sega.
For the first time, the Total War series is giving you a fantasy world to conquer. 4 races are at war. Who will you lead? empire of men, brave, well-trained, with unstoppable cavalry. The savage greenskins, a brutal tide of fang and muscle. Stout dwarfs, all but unbreakable in battle and unmatched in close combat. All the dark bloodlust of the vampire counts. Ranks of undead infantry without remorse or fear. Epic fantasy battle on a scale you've never experienced. Choose your side and conquer this world.
Peggy 16.
Fiery skies shall light the way, and blood shall spill over the wandering world. The spear of Cain shall call the wayfarers, and the Storm Prince shall unite them.
Soon a wandering world will appear and bring with it the spear of Cain.
It's a race to the pointy stick. You know what that means, don't ya? Let's war!
Tell your cowering lord no one, including him, will touch it so long as I live.
If you're set on staying this course, I must choose rebellion.
Eldar! Prophecy comes to pass!
One of the boys is gonna drive us around.
Peggy 7.
What if I could begin again? I had reached perfect harmony before they came and destroyed everything. But sometimes you just need a single drop. To change everything.
Peggy 12.
It's the final few seconds before the lights go out, and the race to the podium begins. The fate of the championship rests on your shoulders. Your team rely on you to make the right decisions. and each decision could make or break your season. Would you gamble on an untested yet rising star, or keep him back for another season? With rain starting to fall and your driver wanting to pit, would you bring him in, or risk another lap on slicks? Do you keep faith in your own mechanics, or use stolen engineering plans to gain an edge? With tensions building, would you let your driver's personal rivalry simmer behind the scenes, or let it boil over onto the track? In the world of Motorsport Manager, all eyes are on you. Your plans are about to be put to the test. Every decision matters. Every moment pressured. Every point fought. Every defeat bitter. Every win savored. Lead your team to racing glory. Epic victory or ultimate failure. There's only a heartbeat between them. Motorsport Manager. Take control. Out now on PC and Mac.
Peggy 7. Peggy 16.
Sega.
For the first time, the Total War series is giving you a fantasy world to conquer. Four races are at war. Who will you lead? The Empire of Men, brave, well-trained, with unstoppable cavalry. The savage greenskins, a brutal tide of fang and muscle. Stout dwarfs, all but unbreakable in battle and unmatched in close combat. Or the dark bloodlust of the vampire counts. Ranks of undead infantry without remorse or fear. Epic fantasy battle on a scale you've never experienced. Choose your side and conquer this world.
Peggy 16.
Fiery skies shall light the way, and blood shall spill over the wandering world. Storm Prince shall unite them.
Soon a wandering world will appear and bring with it the Spear of Cain.
It's a race to the pointy stick. You know what that means, don't ya? Let's war!
Tell your cowering lord no one, including him, will touch it so long as I live.
If you're set on staying this course, I must choose rebellion.
Eldar! Prophecy comes to pass!
One of the boys is gonna drive us around.
Peggy 7.
What if I could begin again? I had reached perfect harmony before they came and destroyed everything. But sometimes you just need a single drop. To change everything.
Peggy 12.
It's the final few seconds before the lights go out, and the race to the podium begins. The fate of the championship rests on your shoulders. Your team rely on you to make the right decisions. And each decision could make or break your season. Would you gamble on an untested yet rising star? Or keep him back for another season? With rain starting to fall and your driver wanting to pit, would you bring him in? Or risk another lap on slicks? Do you keep faith in your own mechanics? Or use stolen engineering plans to gain an edge? With tensions building, would you let your driver's personal rivalry simmer behind the scenes, or let it boil over onto the track? In the world of Motorsport Manager, all eyes are on you. Your plans are about to be put to the test. Every decision matters. Every moment pressured. Every point fought. Every defeat bitter. Every win savored. Lead your team to racing glory. Epic victory or ultimate failure. There's only a heartbeat between them. Motorsport Manager. Take control. Out now on PC and Mac.
Peggy 7. Peggy 16.
Sega.
For the first time, the Total War series is giving you a fantasy world to conquer. Four races are at war. Who will you lead? The Empire of Men, brave, well-trained, with unstoppable cavalry. The savage greenskins, a brutal tide of fang and muscle. Stout dwarfs, all but unbreakable in battle and unmatched in close combat. All the dark bloodlust of the vampire counts. Ranks of undead infantry without remorse or fear. Epic fantasy battle on a scale you've never experienced. Choose your side and conquer this world.
Peggy 16.
Fiery skies shall light the way, and blood shall spill over the wandering world. The spear of Cain shall cool the wayfarers, and the Storm Prince shall unite them.
Soon a wandering world will appear and bring with it the spear of Cain.
It's a race to the pointy stick. You know what that means, don't ya? Let's war!
Tell your cowering lord no one, including him, will touch it so long as I live.
If you're set on staying this course, I must choose rebellion.
Eldar! Prophecy comes to pass!
One of the boys is gonna drive us around.
Peggy 7.
What if I could begin again? I had reached perfect harmony before they came and destroyed everything. But sometimes you just need a single drop. To change everything.
Peggy 12.
It's the final few seconds before the lights go out, and the race to the podium begins. The fate of the championship rests on your shoulders. Your team rely on you to make the right decisions. And each decision could make or break your season. Would you gamble on an untested yet rising star, or keep him back for another season? With rain starting to fall and your driver wanting to pit, would you bring him in, or risk another lap on slicks? Do you keep faith in your own mechanics, or use stolen engineering plans to gain an edge? With tensions building, would you let your driver's personal rivalry simmer behind the scenes, or let it boil over onto the track? In the world of Motorsport Manager, all eyes are on you. Your plans are about to be put to the test. Every decision matters. Every moment pressured. Every point fought. Every defeat bitter. Every win savored. Lead your team to racing glory. Epic victory or ultimate failure. There's only a heartbeat between them. Motorsport Manager. Take control. Out now on PC and Mac.
Peggy 7.
Welcome back to PC Gamer Weekender, everybody. We are here, of course, in the middle of Make War Not Love with Sega, and we are 2 factions down with 2 to go. Now, for those of you who are joining us fresh, or maybe haven't seen all of the content from this morning, today's premise is simple. All 4 of our factions are going up head-to-head, streaming for you for up to an hour to try and engage as many of the viewers as possible. The highest number of concurrent views wins 100 points towards their cause, and of course, unlocks DLC content for you to download at home. Sega will also be judging the most entertaining and most useful stream, educational stream for you guys, and that faction will also get an additional 150 points. Finally, don't forget that outside in the challenge area, you can go ahead and try your luck on getting a high score on any of our Sega Classic games. Put your faction name on top of the leaderboard. That also earns you an extra 100 points. This is in addition, of course, to the factions facing off on day 1 and day 2 of the competition, and we will have 2 of them continuing in the grand finals tomorrow after we tally up all the points from today. So that's a mouthful. We're going to be getting to them in just a second. Don't forget as well, all of the games that you've seen on the stream today and earlier on in the week are in the Sega Steam sale on at the moment, so make sure you check that out. That is on until Monday. Now I'm going to be introducing our 3rd faction out of 4. These guys are so evidently important that they couldn't even just send players our way. We've got casters as well. Company of Heroes 2, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be popping by here. And I've got AE and Stormless here to basically introduce what they're going to be doing for the next hour. How's it going, guys? You all right?
It's going very, very well
today. Take a seat. You've been standing up for ages. You had a good lunch? Everything ready? You good to go for the stream?
Much like preparing for war, we're fully prepared and raring to go, aren't we, Dan?
Yeah, definitely. I'm really looking forward to this. Been looking forward to it all week. We got 2 of the most amazing players in this game that have ever been in the franchise. It's going to be really, really good show today.
All right, so talk to me about, I'm going to challenge you here. Talk to me about some of the casual people who might actually be tuning into the stream. Maybe some people even looking at Company of Heroes 2 for the first time, saying it's great that we have some of the best players in the world playing this game, but for someone who's just coming in and maybe doesn't understand all the nuances, what's the big takeaway from the game that they're going to walk away with today?
Company of Heroes 2 is a deep game. You can come in at any level. You can play with your friends against AI. You can play 4v4 casually. However, the depth, the strategical and tactical depth to this game goes to extents that other games can barely even dream of.
Yeah, it really does work on so many levels. Like, you really do have like the basic tier. You can go in with a couple of basic units, a really standard build, but if you're a really advanced player, you can access those commanders we see a little less of. They've got some really intricate abilities and units and just things that require a little more micro, so it's accessible to all tier levels. Yeah.
Now, without knowing exactly what the players are going to be doing for us today, is there anything in particular that you're dying to see or you would love to just see them execute?
Well, these guys, because it's very strategically deep, we've got 2 very diverse players today. We've got Helping Hands, who's a very tactical player. He's about prepared position. He'll get AT guns and MGs overlapping, snipers in the back, mortars firing. It's got so many multifacets. And then you've got Love Nest. He's a very calculated player, but he can be very aggressive when he needs to be. He can pick his moment and pick his opponents apart.
How about you, Stormless? Anything in particular you're looking forward to?
These guys are a classic matchup. We've cast these guys a lot of times before, so I'm really hoping some of the usual aspects pop up, because there's really interesting kind of, it's almost like mini games within the game,
yeah.
You know, sniper battles, the cover elements in this game, like stealth, you know, it's so tense when you're watching these 2 like within range and how they do it. So I don't want to throw any spoilers out there. We're prepared for everything, but there are so many possibilities that can go. It's really down to those 2 to throw the curveballs today.
Big marketing ploy from Relic for this particular franchise was every game tells a story, and that wasn't just spiel, that's true, and we're going to show you that right now today.
All right, well, I'm going to let you guys and the players, of course, unravel that story so that we can watch it live on stream. It sounds like it's going to be amazing. Guys, take it away, introduce our players, and I will see you at the end of the hour.
Fantastic, thank you for introducing us.
Okay, catch you in a bit, guys. Good luck. See you soon.
Thanks.
Okay, and without further ado, let's bring down our first player. His name is James Helping Hands Whiteside.
Hello, everyone.
Now, James, just how long have you been part of this game for now?
I've been playing the Company Heroes 2 series since 2006. Got into competitively probably around 2011. I just was playing with my friends, and I just loved to win, and I just kept on playing, and then I went into tournaments and did very well.
So that is there. Every tier of the game, everybody starts casually. It's such a great game to play, such good atmosphere. But then you can come and you've won some pretty big tournaments recently, hasn't
Well,
he?
Hans had, of course, one of the biggest stories during the ESL season that ran. Hans, you just rose your first big, huge tournament win on ESL. The last moment, you really left it. And the whole community just rallied behind you, this huge story. So you've got like your own huge moment in the
Very
game.
good, obvious segue to the next player in a move.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, so with the ESL story, I won the first Kickoff Cup. And the matches after that, I just couldn't seem to clinch victory. But in the final big one for the March monthly ESL Company Heroes 2 Championship, I managed to win the big one. So I was, and it's my first ever big win, and I'm really
Now,
excited for that.
Allow us to introduce the person he won the big one against. It's Lovenest, the man himself. The German giant is here.
What's up, guys?
Understated as ever. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Lovenest.
Hi, my name is Stefan. I go by the name of Lovenest in Code 2. I'm relatively new to the franchise. I joined Code 2 when it was in beta stage. And yeah, I've played in tournaments ever since. I'm hooked. Code 2 is a very unique game. And I'm glad to be playing today as part of the Make War Not Love event. And I'm looking forward to the game.
Speaking of which, the Make War Love event, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully everybody who's watching right now, we need all the support to make sure that we win this. There's DLC on the line, I believe, as well for this. So we need to make sure we get as many concurrent viewers on the stream as possible. So go and tell your family, your friends. If your grandmother loves, she wants to relive the World War II
Former
experience.
gerbils, future lovers, ex-housemate. Get everybody you know. Steam, go on Kotu.org, Reddit, Twitter, Facebook. Get everybody into the stream right now because we specialize in one thing, Dan, in Company Heroes. And what is that?
It's warfare.
Warfare. And this is Make Love Not War. So we should win this, and it's our birthright.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolutely great game. And you guys, you're absolutely fantastic players. Your rivals, this is a grudge match. You guys were the final part of ESL, so hopefully we get to see another amazing game like that. It's always a pleasure casting both of you.
So I think it's about time to get yourselves set up and reared and ready to go.
All right, let's do this.
Let's do this. Come on. We're excited, aren't we, Dan? We're geared.
I am really excited for this. Yeah. And also just for the setup. Like, the setup here is so good.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Got a nice little casting corner.
Is this esports? I'm pinching myself right now. I pinched you first, but
it's always esports here. No one pulls any punches. You know that.
Oh, indeed. I think that's about time to segue to the players.
Are we good to move over to the casting?
We don't need these until we come back. So where should I leave them?
Are we ready?
Yeah, it should be good.
Oh man, you ready? You ready to do this?
It's a leg space.
Okay, are we gonna? When do we start? Now? Yeah, let's go. Let's start the match now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got no leg room. It's gonna be interesting.
I can do all this. No, Carl's going to hold it for me.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to be Kyle Relic, isn't it?
When you're ready, just start talking, apparently.
Okay, we're getting ready for this. It's looking good. Waiting for the game. We've got the game. The map today, Dan.
Yeah, this map's going to be Faymanville Approach, which is one of the community favorites voted in. It's a really good map. Lots of strategic cutoffs. A lot of opportunities here for resource denial. You know, you can go straight up the center of this map, do a lot of damage, or you can play a very nice game, control the left and right. You're going to see some good strategies here.
Great thing about Company Heroes 2 is the resource system. You've got fuel, munitions, manpower, population cap. Time, of course, the unknown resource. This is real-time strategy. And straight away we see Loveness versus Helping Hands. Loveness starting as a Soviet faction.
Yep, and of course Helping Hands, the Austere, and he's straight in with the Ostrupen. We love this. This is his real, pinnacle of Helping Hands commander here. And you notice both players straight in with the doctrines. They are not messing around at all. These are predefined strategies.
Mechanized support tactics as well. So we've got heavy armor late game versus a light infantry early game. Mobility versus something that packs a punch. What's going to win in this dynamic?
Oh, it's a really tough one, to be honest. I'm really hoping that we get to see it Austere maybe on the tier 3. If Hands can get that out early, we might see a really good push against the Soviets. Light vehicles, pretty guaranteed to see those. They're very flexible on a map like this. But let's have a look at the direction, the way that the map is going to play out here. So Loveness just trying to cap a couple of territories close to his base. Hands a little bit more spread out. The Ostrupen can kind of go and dominate all of those buildings.
Map control. And of course, you've got the sniper metagame. The players today are using a massive composition of different units that have such different roles. Some other RTSs, they tend to be somewhat about grouping and macro. Company Heroes 2 has a lot more micro, that's in a tactical level. Snipers, mortars, machine guns, infantry interact in such various diverse ways.
Yeah, we're really going to see a true blessing of a game here. This is all support-based as well, so there's lots and lots of support units on the field right now. The snipers, they're already getting into a first engagement, and there we go. One of Loveness snipers does go down, and these are high reinforcement costs.
Glass cannon units, the sniper, does a lot of damage, but you have to babysit it. You have to be very careful. Everything on a razor edge with the sharpshooters.
Yeah, it really is. And we see Helping Hands here paying great attention to the map detail. You can actually negate the cover that your opponent has by, placing wire across all of the areas of the map that provide good cover. So this is great strategy already from these guys. They want to make sure that as little benefit is as possible as they climb across the field.
Of course, the cover mechanics, one of the USPs of the Company of Heroes franchise. It's fantastic. And here we go. We've got the M3 with the Flamer going straight for that high-value sniper priority unit.
That's going to be a huge loss for Hands. It does go down. That is an important loss, and more importantly, an important win for Loveness straight away. His sniper now can really get to work on all of those support weapons of the Austere.
The MG is in a strong point, but it's also a weak point, because when you've got mobility and you've got flame weaponry, you can get through a garrison, you can destroy a unit and take advantage. That is tactical play in its zenith.
Yeah, this is really nice. Helping Hands has gone for the tier 1, so he does have Faust for the scout car. That's now engine damage, but he has managed to actually he's going to go for the treat, so this is going to be very easily repaired by Loveness. And this is the thing with tier 1. Tier 1, when you build this as Soviets, is very slow. So you do obviously see Helping Hands with a lot of map control, but the idea is that the Soviets get to bring out some really strong units, and you'll start to see this, creep back up on the map. The blue color is going to be shifting right towards Hands' base.
Two mechanics on display there. First of all, we've got the retreat, manpower preservation, live to fight another day. It's all about keeping what you've got, maintaining veterancy and gaining experience. So even if you're losing right now, you can build your army and you can come back and make it back. But Helping Hands, Dan, just showing the KD there, he's not in a great position.
No, I mean, Ostrupen is very tough because these units are very, very weak. The benefits are very quick to reinforce. You can take great map control early on, which is exactly what we saw. The problem is that when you're facing up against those tier 1 Soviet builds, they start to lose engagements very, very quickly. So, this is, at the moment, it's Loveness's game to lose.
Loveness game to lose, but if you don't close the game out in Company of Heroes 2, you allow your opponent back in, and that's why it makes it such an interesting competitive spectacle. You have to do everything right, or your opponent's going to be back to bite you.
Here comes the counter to the scout car. It's another scout car, this time from the Austere, and with the upgrade 222 cannon. It's beautiful. He should be able to take down the scout car now. Main gun destroyed. Shouldn't make too much difference anyway, but there we go. That is kind of the engagement you expect there.
And look at the beautiful model there, Dan. Look at the animations. Look at the graphics. This game has aged very well. For 2013 release, we're here in 2017. This looks a lot better than a lot of the RTSs on display here at PC Gamer Weekender, in my opinion.
Yeah, one of the best things about this game is actually its cinematic value, because you really do just get a sense that World War, you dive straight into it. Everything's so beautiful. You know, we'll make a special effort to look at some of the animations, the explosions, but it's such a stunning game. And even if you are an entry-level player, you really just get this awesome sense of what the game's all about. So.
It's a gritty thing as well. It's not a realistic game by any stretch of the imagination, but it's an authentic game. It gives you a little microcosm, a little chunk of World War II, the biggest human conflict ever, throws you into it and says, try and survive if you can.
Yeah, really beautiful. We just check out some of the animations there from the mortar, trying to pummel the conscripts off of the central VP. And maybe we should just explain a little bit about multiplayer mechanics here. So these guys, 250 VPs. These are the stars on the map currently. And players are fighting to control those VPs to decrease these tickers at the top. And once you get your opponent down to 0, that is game. So these are very important focus points on the map that these players will be fighting for.
Makes games a hell of a lot more interesting when you've got something to fight for, when the map is split up. And that's where map makers come in. They make these games sometimes very interesting arena battles. If it's just who kills the most, that's not necessarily interesting. In this case, it's about strategical and tactical control. Also,
yeah, it's very, very much about the strategic, but also the micro engagements are probably one of the most important thing of this game. The way that the comeback mechanic is that even if you have less on the field, you can out-micro your opponent in engagements, which is just such a huge thing to be able to do. So even on the back foot, comebacks in this game are all over the place. You never have a dead, easy game situation. It is always possible for that comeback.
Let's talk a little bit more about some of the units on display right now. We've seen a mortar shot is the Guards Battalion. Oh, but let's cut to the 222. It's found the sniper. Will Helping Hands be able to make his way back into this game and do to what Loveness, what he did to him earlier on?
Yeah, not able to do it. Loveness, very good teching here to the 18 aids. This is going to stop the scout car from pushing up close to that sniper. Loveness positioning with the sniper has been fantastic this game. It's always been in good cover, protected well by the conscripts. So it's really difficult for the 222 to see effect in countering the sniper at this point. But it will get its veterancy 2. That's increased vision, so it becomes a very good unit for spotting for the Austere late game vehicles.
The sniper is one of those hero units. It's company of heroes. It's not just one hero like MOBA. In this game, you have an entire army that have potential to become heroes. They gain veterancy. That sniper's got 10 kills, and he's still survived. He's seen some stuff in this war, and he's still here. So he's got character now assimilated to him.
Yeah, we're going to see Loveness go. He's already jumped into Tier 3. He's going to be going for that early light vehicle, the T-70, about to arrive on the field in just a second, and that's going to spell the end for the scout car. This is a direct counter to the mobile presence of Tier 2 Austere. So Hans' strategy about to get picked apart here, really, by Loveness, and we're going to have to see kind of how Helping Hands decides to counter it.
Helping Hands might need a helping hand very shortly because the T-70 is on the field. I have, yes, for the new people, been using that joke for around 6 years now.
You are getting a little bit routine with the with some of the commentary, but it's okay.
It's a new audience. It can be recycled, surely.
I kind of agree with you on that one. Yeah, but here we go. T-70, and as you can see, cosmetics, aesthetics in this game, absolutely beautiful. The physics is probably some of the best of any RTS I've seen, and that's really what's kept me in it for so long.
Oh, these pioneers are going to have to stay in it because the T-70 is an infantry shredding machine. It has a distinct role, and that role is to destroy as many individual men as it can.
It can, yeah. And seeing the Minesweepers upgrade on these Pioneers, that's a little bit of a sign to Loveness that he needs to be careful of mines. A Telemine will wipe this unit pretty much instantly, so he needs to be very, very careful now. He's seen that. It's a little bit of a telltale that mines have been laid, and that's going to make it difficult for the T-70 to get its full mobile map. Clean up.
Keep waxing lyrical, there's yet another feature of Company of Heroes. It's the psychological warfare. You've got stealth, you've got mines, you've got the things that can't be seen but could be there. Are they there? It becomes like poker at times.
Yeah, it really does. Watch this sniper micro from Loveness. He's trying to get the maximum range possible so he doesn't get any counter fire from these Oststruppen. He's pretty soon going to turn around and start picking off those units. And Sniper is a great thing against the Austere because Austere typically 4-man squads. Oststruppen helped that a little bit with the 6, but they are just so weak as the game goes on. You really have to make that early game use of them and then kind of drop them a little bit. They're pretty much only good for Fausting at the later stages.
Other than the shock value of an engineer with a flamethrower and a scout car, usually the best counter to a sniper is another sniper. and that's exactly what Helping Hands is missing out on right now.
Hands here, he's trying to get that T70. He managed to get the engine damage with a Faust. He's now trying to chase it down with the AT gun, and Loveness is going to have to be a little bit careful here. I think Hands lining up for a ground attack shot. He may be able to get it. He gets one shot off. T70's very close to going down here. It's a really key unit for Loveness right now.
All skill, using mechanics of the game that beginner players would not even know existed. That's why at the high level it really begins to open up in some ways. He's actually attack grounding beyond his vision right now based on the sounds in the game, trying to feel for where the T70 was getting repaired based on the blowtorches. He clicks attack ground and tries to kill it beyond the fog of war.
Hands knows this is his moment with the scout car. It's not an easy engagement to win, but if he can take this T70 down, he's easily going to be able to be in an advantage position. T70, I think the main gun destroyed. He's not going to be able to counter this. Now he's got to rely on the guards to do the final kill, but they're not in position.
Razor's Edge moment. 2-2-2 wins out. Will it be able to get back home? Now it's scalped. The T70 killed the more dangerous anti-vehicle vehicle. Has it survived?
It's really open at the moment. These guards could manage to cut off the retreat path. Hands is being careful. I mean, this unit is now going to be able to give his later game units really, really good vision. It's absolutely essential, but that was a huge move. It was a bit of a risky play, but here we go. This is it. The guards are going to be able to cut this off. He's able to use button as well with the upgrade. Actually, sorry, he hasn't got the upgrade, so he won't be able to button, but PTRSs have to connect here. One more shot, manages to use line of sight.
Fog of War and show Fog of War. It's true sight enabled. This game has dynamic fog of war, so if he's behind a bush, you cannot see him, and the guards could not see the scout car. It got away scot-free.
Yeah, that was really, really good reverse micro from Hands there, because if one of those PTRSs had trapped just a little bit quicker, that would have easily done the damage to destroy the scout car. But just have a look at the kind of map control that Loveness has got at the moment. This is really good, and with a very slow early game, you start to see, you know, the kind of, the conscript builds with the support, the guards, like how powerful it can be. Loveness has gone with another T70. I'm not sure about this decision because, you know, he's having to match up against potential tier 3 from Hands now. We're going to start to see.
Hands has a lot of fuel. So going across the resources at the bottom, the first is manpower. That gives you the ability to get units on the field. Then you've got munitions, the ability to use grenades, possibly artillery, then fuel. That's how you buy the vehicles, the big boys, the things that can really win you games.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I wonder if Loveness is going to stick on the tier 3 Soviets and then go into that ISU. It's possible, but the ISU can, you know, it's a fixed turret. It can be flanked, and Hands, as we've just seen, is very good at predicting when to flank. So that would be a bit of a weird engagement for Loveness if he does decide to go for that. But no sign of the tier 3 from Hands yet. Let's see, he's escalating to battle phase 2 now. Yes, we're going to see that tier 3 hopefully soon.
The teching structure, the build orders, it all tells a story for people that have played this game for a long time. But if you're new to this series, check out the fan sites, check out Relic's forum, look for the tech trees. It's always interesting to me as an RTS fan when you get to see all the units, all the possible little goodies you could deploy as your army. Very cool to see.
Let's have a little bit of a look at the statistics so far. Helping Hands starting to claw it back a little bit, but to have such a positive KD with the Soviets is very, very hard.
Snipers.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the sniper doing absolutely huge work. Currently 32 of those kills from that one unit. So what great value. That's paid for itself a couple of times over at least already.
Hero of the Soviet Union, Dan. He's paid for himself 4 times over that sniper. And that's the pure value of having a sniper that's uncontested by a counter sniper.
Well, we have to really look to Hands here for some kind of comeback. He's about to come up against the Su-76. And again, still no sign of that tier 3, so maybe he's going to decide to tech up one more time, go for tier 4. Panther would be very, very good for him in the late game, but he's going to start missing out because he's just losing on the teching front right now.
And of course, making these players play today on 250 victory points, half the amount they'd usually have, because obviously we want to try and get as much action as we can for you. So currently, Helping Hands is on 55 and dropping. He has a triple cap against him right now, which is meaning it's how many ticks per second, Dan?
Well, VP drain, if you hold 3 VPs, it's 1 every single second. So that means less than a minute if all 3 VPs are held by Loveness. But Helping Hands is really focusing on that. You can see right now he's trying to spread out and take 2. That's going to give him a little bit of time to get those medium tier vehicles in and push back. But he's very, very much in a difficult situation right now.
Hands has got to think fast, act quickly, and act decisively. You can come back in Community Heroes. You can make big plays. We've got some epic replays in this community, massive casts that have had such great stories. 55-minute wins in ESL, for example, for players that looked on the brink of destruction.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big things is that games do go on for a long time here just because of that. You know, as long as you're the type of person that doesn't give up, you know, you always have that little bit of a chance. And hopefully we get to see that from Hans. We've seen him have some pretty big games before where he's done this kind of thing, but his loadout is a little bit not equipped to deal with this.
Not right now it isn't, unless he's got time, but time's one thing he doesn't seem to have. So it looks like he may have to come back into the late game. A demo trap has been laid there. What's a demo trap, Dan?
Well, the demo charge is absolutely beastly kind of trap in this game. It is clickable detonate by the player, so if Hans doesn't mind sweep that over there, he may get caught off with a squad, and it's near guaranteed that that squad will be completely wiped.
The Panzer Faust goes in, handheld anti-tank from the infantry. It's made the Su-76 an idle target. The 222's already going in for the sniper also. Simultaneous action from Helping Hands, a master of this game.
Yeah, that was an interesting one because the sniper, obviously, with so many kills, is a high-value target. But now he's going to try and go back around the Su-76 fixed turret. Rear armor shots will do a little bit more damage, but the guards managed to get a shot on the scout car there, taking down Hans's only vehicle
Feel
in
that
the game.
loss. That I grieve for that Zweihundsfanzig scout car, Dan. Just to butcher German for my German fans out there. And we're now down to 0 VPs. Helping Hands is out of the game.
Yeah, that was a really strong performance from Loveness there. Great use of the Tier 2, Tier 3 build. Hans, look at the just getting Tier 3 now. 15 minutes into the game. Very hard to get the Austed light vehicles.
It needs to be said for Wehrmacht. They are a late game faction. They try and survive until they can get the big, heavy Tiger tanks out. So making Helping Hands play today, 250 victory points, a little bit of a disadvantage, would you say, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the late game is really important for Axis. Typical of the war, when you roll in those big tanks, the Axis really are superior in those elements. So it's going to be a difficult one for the Axis in general with this setup. But yeah, I mean, a really, really good performance there from both players. I think we're going to move on to another game, is that right?
Second game, that's right. We've got an hour of Sega's time today. We're going to make the most use of it we can do.
No, do we just go straight away? Yeah? I'm just watching the stream right now. I don't know if
Yeah. A big thanks to the community manager for Company Heroes, by the way.
He's got a fantastic right arm. The biceps in his right arm are fantastic. Because we didn't have a mic stand and Dan had to control the camera, so Kyle, our community manager, has been holding a microphone for the past 20 minutes. So big thanks to Kyle there.
We're going to give him a little bit of a rest now, just until the next game. But yeah, I mean, what a great game to start up on. And the good thing is that with this format at the moment, they're obviously rushing. They get the resources to build the build that they want straight away. Now, the interesting thing, Hans's Ostrupen strategy is very, very good in live auto match. It works very well against the British faction, for instance, but we're talking about high resources here. So instantly, Loveness can field all the counters straight away, and that's definitely one of the things that played against Hans in that game.
Where was Helping Hands' luck in that game? I just couldn't find it. I don't think he could find it. And of course, it is an Essence engine. And there is something called random number generation in this game, although it is a true test of skill, and the best players have been at the top of this game for a very long time. There are those random elements, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, it's designed to be a very immersive and realistic experience. So you do have that kind of, things do go wrong. Your AT gunners they're not gods. They don't hit every single shot, and you don't control that. So there are the occasional things where you have to factor in real life situation. The game has progressed a hell of a lot. I mean, bear in mind what we started with. We had blizzards in the game.
Yes.
Moments where everything would freeze over and you had to keep your squad units
cinematically
warm. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean, it got changed, but it was a really good mechanic.
It was a good mechanic cinematically. The game is now very much geared to a competitive mindset, increasingly year on year, because we are the guys still standing in this community, and we're playing it competitively. There's still a great active player base, so if you buy Company Heroes right now, I guarantee you'll have a game. 4v4, 3v3, 2v2, you're going to find a game, and if not, you can play with your buddies and destroy the computer as many times as you want to. Very cheap on Steam as well recently, Dan.
That's true, actually. For the Make War Not Love event, I think it's 30, was it? 75% off at the moment. That's really good, actually. But
I'd buy that for $1.
AE, ever the shill. But let's get back to some of the gameplay here. So, of course, on high resource, we've already got 1 CP. Hand straight away, Stormtroopers from the Elite Troops Doctrine. He's using the building spawn to make sure he gets on those VPs early. He does not want to let the VP drain go down as he did in the last game. And you can have a look at these commanders here and kind of what you get from each commander. So you can load in with a variety of these. You get a selection of 3 to choose from. Pick the one you want. This one bears witness to the mighty Tiger Ace, the Vet 3 beast, which can really just absolutely change a game at last minute.
17 command points are required. Command points are the experience you get, gives you the ability to field your units in the command structure. It's about pacing. This game starts with early base units. You've got little bits of infantry, you've got scouting units, then it builds to medium armor, and then on until heavy armor.
Yeah, and you probably won't get to see a lot of the heavy armor here due to the VP. So in Automatch, typically we have 500 VP games. Obviously, the players have agreed to showcase some of the factions at a lower VP count. But that probably means you won't get to see the Tiger Ace here, which in essence is that maybe they should have played in the cheat mod. You know,
They could have done that. Would have been interesting. I am 1-0 in cheat mod competition with my co-caster. Very interesting there. We saw the sniper on hold fire. That alludes to the psychological meta game. You've got a sniper. You put him on hold fire. Obviously not now. Caster's cursed. He has about to be found out by the
by the Stormtroopers. Yeah, I mean the sniper is a really fragile game because if you know your opponent has a sniper, you're absolutely relying on that counter snipe. Soviets get it a little bit easier thanks to the 2-man team design. Obviously, there's a little bit of fire rate differences. Every one of those units has its own values. But great play from Hans there. Great sense. He now knows Love Nest has the sniper. Hans is going to have to be very careful with his own.
Big shout out to the Winter Balance Patch mod team right now. Relic have now entrusted the balance upon the community because, let's face it, we know better than they do, don't we, boys? And it's going well. We've got some very interesting changes coming out. It should be released in March because, of course, it is the Winter Balance Patch. And it's looking very cool indeed. Very big thanks to Kyle again for organising that and Relic for giving us the opportunity to really change some of the unit stats, try and make it a little bit more delicately poised in certain areas. Very cool to see.
It's absolutely lovely that we're still adjusting the game this far in.
4 years in.
Yeah, it's been really good because obviously when the meta sets in, that's when you get a real sense of how to make things a little bit fresher. So really have done a lot of good work on that. Let's have a look at Hans' positioning here. This is dangerous for him because if he reveals a single shot, I think he's just seen Love Nest sniper there. This is a very fragile game right here. He's going to take his first shot. One of the models goes down. He's straight back into hiding.
So the dynamic of the snipers, they have to stick to cover. You see that little icon over their head? That indicates they're within cover, that little shield icon. Then they can be cloaked. They can pick their moment and fire a shot, but then they have to get the hell out of dodge very quickly indeed because they're revealed and the counter sniper can be upon them.
Yeah, we should probably explain as well for people who are interested in some of the mechanics of this game, the kind of true sight and also the way that the cover mechanics work. Even if you've got one model that's out of the cover, like it's ultra realistic. This model here probably has cover, these two don't. So even though the squad may show the medium cover symbol, it's actually only the one that is benefiting from that cover. So positioning in this game, absolutely vital. And that's why it kind of caters to the higher tier. If you're an entry-level player, you'll have great success with all of these units, but it's really the top players who know absolutely the correct positioning, and the way to make these units work effectively that will dominate the leaderboards.
It's for any techno people out there or people into FPS gaming in particular, the thing that sets Company Heroes apart from other RTSs is the fact that it's based on a first-person shooter engine. All of it's simulated vaguely, very similar to like an Unreal. It's the Unreal engine, heavily modified, the Essence engine. So directionality matters. Where your individual models within a squad, where they are in physical terms, actually matters. It's very deep in that sense.
Well, this is a difficult one for Hans again. I mean, he's had a lot of trouble with his sniper again. Love Nest really kind of like superior in that element there. After that nice little first pick-off, he's dealing the manpower damage pretty heavily. Again, they've kind of mirrored each other's builds, which is nice. I noticed I've probably been calling Love Nest Hans at the start of this, actually, due to the first game and its shortness. But it's actually Love Nest who's gone in with the Elite Troop Commanders, so sorry about that.
No, it's all right. Mistakes can happen, and mistakes are happening again for Helping Hands. But do you think he was a little bit ill before this today? He was looking peaky, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. I mean, we
Shall we let him off? All this, the MG's in a difficult position here, Dan. We've got the M3 with the combat MG. It's possibly about to swap with the Flamer. It's probably upgrading as we speak.
You can actually see that. No, nothing at the moment. So he's actually just going to hop out, try to get the MG, but actually the G43 upgraded Grenadiers are going to be able to protect that. And that's, again, like really, really important. Lovely by Loveness, by the way, with the Stormtroopers there, just waiting for the sniper to uncloak so he can get them with the STGs.
Couldn't help with that mortar round, though. Stopped them in their stride. He's recrewed the MG. So support weapons, it's all about trying to keep hold of the weaponry. The individual models are more or less expendable. You got to keep that weaponry on the battlefield and stop your opponent from stealing it from you.
Yeah, there's a lot of, we see a lot of mechanics like that you can really make use of. And one of the best ones, of course, is that weapons can be dropped. Some of the units that drop their weapons, when you recrew those, you can get some absolute great combinations with units that really shouldn't be holding weapons, Let's just take, for instance, conscripts. Vet 2, 40% accuracy bonus. They pick up an LMG for those Grenadiers. They are a beastly unit to behold.
When we get a Vet 3 unit that's picked up weaponry it shouldn't have, it's known as a Terminator squad.
Absolutely. Look at this strategy from Lovenest. He's cloaking these units here, waiting for his victims to come in so that he can just open fire and annihilate them.
There's the dynamics. See, as a model flies into the sky. He was not meant for this world. He wanted the space program.
Yep, that's the old physics there from the wells popping in. It's one of the more beautiful things in the game.
It doesn't affect gameplay, but you do occasionally get a little bit of a relic from the Essence engine there popping up. Aptly named.
Well, look at these guys. Hans, again, down to 170 VPs at the moment. He hasn't been winning well on the VP games. Loveness has had much better control of those. And that's really starting to show. It's going to come down to a win pretty quickly if Hans doesn't get a control of the situation. He needs to find some way of pushing out. He's gone with the guard motor, so T-3485s, it's actually possible to get them fairly early on, before the 15-minute mark. Last game was 15 minutes. This one, hopefully will go a little bit longer.
Could be seeing a bit of armor from the Radina there. Interestingly, you can catch Helping Hands and Lovenest playing in King of the Hill, a community-organized event, next Sunday on twitch.tv/Stormless. That's the caster to my left right now. We cast it together. Players play on. Winner stays on format, basically. Also, you can catch these two great players. They played in ESL and really big finals against each other. That's YouTube. What's my YouTube.com/AECOH. You can cast some of the biggest games there. But right now, we're watching this game done.
Here we go, Loveness once again with that sniper, trying to line up for the kill. Hans a little more wise to the situation now, who is just trying to avoid it at all costs. Can't really find any cover positions for him to get back into this fight with the sniper. Very risky if he does, because obviously if the Ostis sniper has its veterancy 1, it does unlock incendiary rounds, which means he can actually wipe both models. You may see it here.
Oh, he's got him with a double tap kill!
That was absolutely beautiful. You couldn't call it a better time as well. He was waiting for that veterancy to pop and used it absolutely perfectly, the quickfire ability. So Hans even more on the back foot now.
I think he's so far on the back foot, Conrad Stalin's probably ordering to take not one step back because he's pretty much in his base sector.
Here we go. Hans going in with the dive for the scout car, once again realizing the importance of the sniper from Love. There's the vehicle abandoned.
Oh, it's Christmas Day.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why you do not dive alone. If you dive alone in this game, your vehicle has a chance of just decrewing itself, and then it can be repaired and recrewed by your opponents. You don't be giving away vehicles like that.
Do not dive alone, of course. Common mantra in the cave diving community. In this sense, it means don't give your opponent a vehicle that you don't want them to have.
I mean, we've seen all sorts of things happen in this game related to that. I mean, we have seen things as big as King Tigers get decrewed before. I don't think I've ever seen one recaptured, but I've definitely seen Sturm Tigers recaptured.
And that's one of the balancing aspects of Company of Heroes. It's not a game about blobbing and just throwing all your units in a big incoherent force. It's about thought, and a bit of grey matter does tend to come in this game, and it does make it a lot more interesting to cast at times.
Helping Hands trying to mimic Love Nest's build a little bit from the last game. The T-70 is on the field now. It's late at 10 minutes, but it may be able to help clear up some of these units. Love Nest at the moment, I haven't seen any mines go down. There's certainly no AT at the moment. So, yeah, I mean, this is a good chance for the T-70 to actually get a bit of a footing in the game. Gone a little bit too close to those Grenadiers there. Takes a Faust. Should be able to be beneficial in the engagement still, though.
It is better late than never for a T-70. That's what I always say. You can get it in situations. You can wipe squads. It's all situational. A unit that's as well balanced as a T-70, Kappa, can be in position to make good use of itself at any point in the game.
We're going to see Love Nest here. He's popping on Tactical Assault with the STGs. They open up on the guards. This is going to be absolutely brutal. Watch the health of these units go down. Hans has to realize this now and hit the retreat button, which is very good timing there, but that is such a strong ability, the tactical advance.
It's fantastic, and he's got those STG, the Sturmgewehrs. One of the early assault rifles from Second World War for those military nerds out there. They based pretty much the AK-47 on it.
Yeah, they're absolutely beautiful weapons, and the squad gets 4 of them, which is just absolutely
well, 3 of them now. Possibly 2. Oh, they live to fight another day.
Yeah, the chase mechanic is difficult here because Hans, you know, there may be mines here and he hasn't swept that area yet, so he does have to be careful that the T-70 doesn't go down to a mine. Love Nest has managed to bring on the Panzer IV, so I mean, finally we get to see some of the larger units that come into this game. This is a medium one, so there's ones, you know, they're much bigger than this, much more dramatic than this, but this is the Panzer IV variety, and this is going to absolutely shred this T-70.
The skin it's wearing is one of the many things you can buy in the Steam store for this game. Small prices, but for cosmetic items, and it really adds a bit of flavor to your game. And in this case, the flavor being added to the C-70 is impending death.
This is a good engagement here. Love Nest trying to block the path of the T-70. And of course, these units have less accuracy on the moves, so Helping Hands is going to have a little bit of a situation here, but he's trying to traverse
surviving! He's got around the garrison! Ring a roses, and it seems like he's going to not fall down in this case. He survived. Will the Panzer IV track him, though, Dan? He's just about got line of sight. He gets him!
Yeah, that was really nice. I believe he used, no, he didn't. I don't know what he used. I think it was the hold fire to make sure that he focused down on that T-70. The guards weren't enough anti-tank in order to keep that Panzer IV at bay. That's a very good play from Love Nest.
It was a gigantic play. From both players, demo wiping coming.
Yes! We love to see those. No minesweeping going on from Hans at the moment on that left side. So Love Nest just... Oh, sorry, I'm calling them the wrong names again.
Well, Love Nest's unit, it seemed to disintegrate a little bit. It was little bits of them all over the screen. I'm sure he probably understood the situation very quickly and had very short words to say about it.
Yeah, it's very weird casting games of this short length because for me, Oster is still Hans right now, and you just need to correct me on that when I do that.
Yeah, Helping Hands, he's doing all right. He could play this game, but unfortunately for him, he has one thing against him, and that's Father Time. 39 victory points and dropping.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one to come back from. He's got the Tier 3 up, no sign of Tier 4, so we're not going to get to see those lovely T-3485s that could really change this engagement. Love Nest is going to be getting a Stug as well, and that's pretty much going to close the game, I think.
One of the holy trinity of Tier 3 for the Wehrmacht or the Oster, whatever you want to call them, the Stug. It's a fixed turret assault gun, but we all know it killed more tanks than men, so it's a really good vehicle to be bringing on. It's a World War II fanboys vehicle, Stug Life.
And again, more great tactics from Love Nest. He's making sure he caps the point. That one, he is actually sitting in cover whilst capping, so he can actually deny the cap when this mortar tries to come in there. But he's just surprising Hans at every opportunity. Hans does not have the kind of stealth detection or the minesweepers to really see these things. So here we go, probably going to see another...
However, we've got the stormtroopers waiting. And it's about to be the conscripts commiserating. No, they get out of the grenade. Very quick reaction from Hans. He may be poorly. He may not be winning today, but he's still got the micro.
Yeah, it's been a very, very difficult game for Hans on this one. Obviously with high resources, and this is not how they would normally play, they are just kind of experiencing these new style of timings.
And he's thrown in the towel. He didn't want any more. Well, they had it thrown in for him because, of course, it was 0 VPs. I was caught off guard there.
It's so quick. The games are so quick like this.
Without further ado, let's cast some banter from the two players here as we go back to the studio.
All right.
How long was that game?
50 minutes, and the first one was 90.
Man, I gotta win game. Come on. Oh. It's not going well. Is that it? We're no more. There's only what? Oh god.
Are we still? Yeah.
Hello and welcome back. We just saw some excellent action from the Western Front there with the Soviets. We had Love Nest and Helping Hands. They're currently shaking hands. That's our community. We're a mature community. We're not toxic. We're nice guys. One nice guy I've got in front of me right now is Stefan or Love Nest.
Yeah.
What did you think about that?
Actually, I kind of like the 250 VP setup. And
It looked like you liked it.
The high resources. I mean, there's action straight off the bat. I kind of like this because usually it's more of a slow approach and the first engagements are very carefully done. But this is like a little bit more messy and like a bit fast-paced than usual. And I don't know, I kind of like the change of pace.
And now for something completely different.
What can I say? First game, I think nerves got the better of me, to be honest. I totally lost like 3 or 4 units straight away and I wasn't paying attention or something. I was just trying to get used to the mouse and keyboard because it's not my own. I'm going to use this excuse, right? And that's my excuse. The mouse and keyboard is not my own. It's not mechanical keyboard.
We will give you guys a bit of a pass because that's not the format that is usually played in competitive. But I mean, Ostrupen, you know, when Love Nest is able to just rush out guard straight away, like that was the first unit that came on. Filthy play against the Ostrupens. Win-to-win engagements, but
I think we've got to thank the players for playing today on short notice in a rather controlled environment of just guys just try and kill each other as much as you can and make it entertaining as possible. So thank you to the 2 players today. That was fantastic. Hopefully you've enjoyed it on stream. Hopefully our concurrent viewers have absolutely smashed the composition. I want to hear a good battle report after this.
yeah, I think it'd be nice to actually check out Twitch as well and just see everyone laughing at me at calling you guys the wrong names, actually.
So thank you for that today, everybody, for watching us, and thank you for supporting Company Heroes 2. Cracking game out there. If you're not convinced quite yet, I don't know what else to say at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great game. Go and try it out. It's up on show at the moment, somewhere in amidst Dawn of War. But Dawn of War, you know, we're going to beat those guys easily. The Make War, Not Love events.
Yeah, they're new.
Have always been, you know, Company Heroes. We
They're
come
new,
out.
they're babies. They've, you know, a lot of their games coming out soon. La la la. We're grizzled war veterans. It's a different approach.
But yeah, thank you very much. Thank you everybody who's been tuning in as well. That was Company of Heroes 2, World War II RTS, Absolute Warfare. Great games from you guys. Thanks very much for playing. And thank you, Sega, for putting on the event.
Always wanted to do this in the esports, the awkward handshake.
Well played, guys. Well played. Good job.
We're now truly DreamHack. There you go.
Peggy 16.
Sega.
For the first time, the Total War series is giving you a fantasy world to conquer. Four races are at war. Who will you lead? The Empire of Men, brave, well-trained, with unstoppable cavalry. The savage greenskins, a brutal tide of fang and muscle. Stout dwarfs, all but unbreakable in battle and unmatched in close combat. Or the dark bloodlust of the vampire counts. Ranks of undead infantry without remorse or fear. Epic fantasy battle on a scale you've never experienced. Choose your side and conquer this world.
Peggy 16.
Fiery skies shall light the way, and blood shall spill over the wandering world. The spear of Cain shall call the wayfarers, and the Storm Prince shall unite them.
Soon a wandering world will appear and bring with it the spear of Cain.
It's a race to the pointy stick. You know what that means, don't ya? Let's war!
Tell your cowering lord no one, including him, will touch it so long as I live.
If you're set on staying this course, I must choose rebellion.
Eldar! Prophecy comes to pass!
One of the boys is gonna drive us around.
Peggy 7.
What if I could begin again? I had reached perfect harmony before they came and destroyed everything. But sometimes you just need a single drop. To change everything.
Peggy 12.
It's the final few seconds before the lights go out, and the race to the podium begins. The fate of the championship rests on your shoulders. Your team rely on you to make the right decisions. And each decision could make or break your season. Would you gamble on an untested yet rising star, or keep him back for another season? With rain starting to fall and your driver wanting to pit, would you bring him in, or risk another lap on slicks? Do you keep faith in your own mechanics, or use stolen engineering plans to gain an edge? With tensions building, would you let your driver's personal rivalry simmer behind the scenes, or let it boil over onto the track? In the world of Motorsport Manager, all eyes are on you. Your plans are about to be put to the test. Every decision matters. Every moment pressured. Every point fought. Every defeat bitter. Every win savored. Lead your team to racing glory. Epic victory or ultimate failure. There's only a heartbeat between them. Motorsport Manager. Take control. Out now on PC and Mac.
Peggy 7. Peggy 16.
Sega.
For the first time, the Total War series is giving you a fantasy world to conquer. Four races are at war. Who will you lead? The Empire of Men, brave, well-trained, with unstoppable cavalry. The savage greenskins, a brutal tide of fang and muscle. Stout dwarfs, all but unbreakable in battle and unmatched in close combat. Or the dark bloodlust of the vampire counts. Ranks of undead infantry without remorse or fear. Epic fantasy battle on a scale you've never experienced. Choose your side and conquer this world.
Peggy 16.
Fiery skies shall light the way, and blood shall spill over the wandering world. The spear of Cain shall cool the wayfarers, and the Storm Prince shall unite them.
Soon a wandering world will appear and bring with it the spear of Cain.
It's a race to the pointy stick. You know what that means, don't ya? Let's war!
Tell your cowering lord no one, including him, will touch it so long as I live.
If you're set on staying this course, I must choose rebellion.
Eldar! Prophecy comes to pass!
one of the boys is gonna drive us around?
Peggy 7.
What if I could begin again? I had reached perfect harmony before they came and destroyed everything. But sometimes you just need a single drop. To change everything.
Peggy 12.
It's the final few seconds before the lights go out, and the race to the podium begins. The fate of the championship rests on your shoulders. Your team rely on you to make the right decisions. And each decision could make or break your season. Would you gamble on an untested yet rising star? Or keep him back for another season? With rain starting to fall and your driver wanting to pit, would you bring him in? Or risk another lap on slicks? Do you keep faith in your own mechanics? Or use stolen engineering plans to gain an edge? With tensions building, would you let your driver's personal rivalry simmer behind the scenes, or let it boil over onto the track? In the world of Motorsport Manager, all eyes are on you. Your plans are about to be put to the test. Every decision matters. Every moment pressured. Every point fought. Every defeat bitter. Every win savored. Lead your team to racing glory. Epic victory or ultimate failure. There's only a heartbeat between them. Motorsport Manager. Take control. Out now on PC and Mac.
Peggy 7. Peggy 16.
Sega.
For the first time, the Total War series is giving you a fantasy world to conquer. 4 races are at war. Who will you lead? The Empire of Men, brave, well-trained, with unstoppable cavalry. The savage greenskins, a brutal tide of fang and muscle. Stout dwarfs, all but unbreakable in battle and unmatched in close combat. Or the dark bloodlust of the vampire counts. Ranks of undead infantry without remorse or fear. Epic fantasy battle on a scale you've never experienced. Choose your side and conquer this world.
Peggy 16.
Run only as fast as I can, but my mind is free to sail across terabytes of reality, to soar above a pixel land in a rocket ship. The 9999 made of megabits. Ladies and gentlemen, leave the world and bring your friends. Step inside and close the door. Shut it out, plug it in, press start and we're flying. No use for your wars and slow, 'cause we build digital castles in the sky as we float on timeless satellites. 'Cause virtual is where we live. 'Cause virtual is where we live. 'Cause virtual is where we live. 'Cause virtual is where we live.
Welcome back to Make War Not Love here at PC Gamer Weekender. Welcome back, ladies and gents. 3 of our factions have now completed their streaming slots, and we are down to the final one. Chat is busy smoking away because, of course, you know it's going to be Total War. Now, again, we have multiple people joining us. For those of you who haven't seen the stream so far today, the 4 factions that make up Make War Not Love are going to be facing off against each other. We need the highest number of concurrent views, but we also need the most engaging and entertaining stream. And these guys, of course, are going to try and wrest that crown away from whoever is currently in the lead. It is, of course, the Total War crew. So first, I'm going to be welcoming the man that you all know as the lady from the stream from approximately 3 minutes ago. It is, of course, Dogbert. Come on up, James. How's it going, man? You good?
Great, I'm going very well.
Let's take a seat. You're jumping around a bit too much.
Well, you know,
let's relax.
I'm full of energy at this point. You know, everyone in chat's been get ready, raring for us to go.
If you just had too much energy drink and 5 minutes into the stream, you're going to fall flat as a pancake.
Yes, maybe. No, hopefully not. I don't think so. I'm full of energy. I got a lot of show off. It's going to be a lot of fun.
So going into today, you guys have actually done quite well. Like
amazingly well.
On day one, I was absolutely astounded that a prediction of yours actually came true, where you were the only person to take points off of Sega in Challenge 1.
Are you trying to say that you don't believe in my mystical powers of prediction?
At some point, even you had faith in General Winter.
Well, faith in coming last.
Day 2, you guys were joint winners, of course, in the art competition yesterday.
It was love at first sight with that picture. I mean, it had to win, really. Come on. I mean,
there was a pug.
Oh, it was a given? That one, sorry?
Get out.
Oh,
and then today as well, we've had 3 streams so far. You guys are going to be the last. And best.
Yeah.
Based on what you've seen so far, like, how have you enjoyed the day here actually at PC Gamer Weekend? It's a very different environment to 2 days ago.
Yeah, definitely, because 2 days ago there wasn't actually anything in this hall. Now it is full of PCs. Everyone showing off. You had Dawn of War 3, obviously got Total War, and you got loads of booths out and Sega here out in big presence. So, and obviously there's a lovely area here where we're doing Make War Not Love 4.
Which you thought was a soundproof room until about 45 seconds before we went live.
Oh, yeah, up until the point I realized we don't actually have a roof. So it kind of makes it very difficult to be soundproof. But, you know, what are you going to do?
Great. Well, you
couldn't afford the roof.
Well,
hopefully blew the roof off.
Hopefully you'll get to raise it. Woo!
Oh, yeah, maybe.
We'll see about that. We've got an hour for you guys to show us what Total War is all about. You're going to educate and hopefully engage with the stream as much as you can.
Mm-hmm.
And regardless of the competition here, you guys are obviously here to represent and do as good a job as you can. So, in a nutshell, what have you got prepared here for us today?
So today we have 2 quest battles which have not been shown off before. We have Isabella to battle on...
which isn't this guy.
No, I am not. Well, I hope not, at least. And then we also will have a Bretonnian quest battle as well. So both of these never been shown off before. And we are going to have our YouTuber Lionheart, that many people out there probably know, will be playing and hopefully not getting crushed like I did on stage a little bit before. But that was because I wasn't really paying much attention, and it was pure just unlucky circumstances. Because as we all know, I was a pro gamer once, and I don't lose unless I do it on purpose.
You forfeited that card many years ago, mate.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, sorry. We're going to have words after this.
Let's talk a little bit about people who can actually play games, because you have some of your colleagues here who are going to be helping you illustrate some of the fantastic things you're showing us this afternoon. So who have we got?
So we have Oscar. Come join us, Oscar. So Oscar is one of the designers for the quest battles and also for Bretonnia. So how are you, mate?
I'm great. It's working? Probably
yeah,
not.
it's working. Go for it.
Good.
Yeah, it's good. It's a mic.
I'm
just
awesome.
Talking to
so
you are awesome, is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Now,
and I feel awesome as well. So
you designed some of the quest battles we're going to see.
Yeah.
Pick your favorite thing that you obviously had a hand in doing that you can't wait to see on the stream today.
There's a certain surprise that I can't wait to see. But I can't tell you more about it because otherwise Lionheart would know about it.
But you'll tell us during the stream.
Yeah.
All right, we'll keep an eye out for that.
He'll just shout surprise.
You have to shout surprise as loud as you can. All right? When it actually happens, I want you to shout surprise so that everyone at home knows what you were talking about.
I can try.
Yeah, all right. And we've got, of course, Todd. Come on out, Lionheart. This is great. I feel
Hello.
like I have all the space in the world. I can just kind of lie down here and be like, "Hi guys."
Talk show host.
Exactly right. So, how are you doing today? You okay when James said that you were basically going to be the face of this game because he can't actually pass any of the quests that you're about to attempt?
Wow.
What was your reaction?
Well, yeah, I mean, Dogbert, I mean, we've had a history. The Dog Lion battle streams we've done in the past together have been the talk of legends. So
You've gave me crippling back pain how much times I had to carry you, you know? Seriously, like, there's only so much massages can actually fix that stuff. I'm going to have to pay some serious money.
You're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to start charging you more.
Yeah, I think so.
So
strong hands.
Well, what have you got for us today? Do you know much about what you're going to be streaming, or is this something you're going to be seeing for the first time as well?
it's something I'll be seeing for the first time. Some of the new Bretonnian content and the new Legendary Lord for the Von Carsteins, Isabella. So it's going to be interesting to see what nasties I come up against. But yeah, should be good.
Do you think there's anything maybe Dogbert hasn't actually told you yet that might actually trip you up?
I'm sure there's a lot Dogbert hasn't told me that will probably trip me up. So we'll see what appears. I've been warned that there might be something in the trees. So,
you nervous? Are you afraid?
A little bit about those
Terrified?
trees. More so because I'm sitting here next to you.
Wow, I mean, you're now locked in this room with me. This not quite soundproof box.
It's not soundproof box with no
I reckon
roof.
I could climb out.
We can try. It'll be like a cage match.
Well, you guys
powerbomb you from the top of the.
You guys have your hour to be as engaging and as entertaining as possible. Now, as I understand it, Todd, you're actually going to be playing the game, and James and Oscar, you guys are going to be here commentating, giving us some insight as to what we can expect from the game, and obviously teasing our viewership a little bit because they don't actually get their little mitts on it until I think the 28th. Is that correct?
Yep.
So I guess without further ado, guys, you've actually waited long enough for us to get over here. Let's go ahead and get things set up. Todd, you can get ready to head over to your station. We'll show you a brief glimpse once again for those of you who might just be tuning in of what Total War is all about. Then we'll get into the gameplay. See you soon.
Peggy 16.
Sega.
For the first time, the Total War series is giving you a fantasy world to conquer. Four races are at war. Who will you lead? The Empire of Men, brave, well-trained, with unstoppable cavalry. The savage greenskins, a brutal tide of fang and muscle. Stout dwarfs, all but unbreakable in battle and unmatched in close combat. Or the dark bloodlust of the vampire counts. Ranks of undead infantry without remorse or fear. Epic fantasy battle on a scale you've never experienced. Choose your side and conquer this world.
Hello, everyone. So we have got 2 exclusive quest battles, which we're going to be showing off today at PC Gamer Weekend. We have Lionheart sitting there, ready, raring to go. Are you going to play on hard difficulty? Yeah. Good. So that's all good. You can see he's already worried. It's kind of like in the gunge box, where at any moment, if you fail this battle, you will be covered in gunge. Yeah, definitely. So I'm joined by Oscar, who is a designer and has worked on all the quest battles we're going to be showing off today, and also the Bretonnian DLC. So free DLC, sorry. How are you, sir?
Yeah. So today we're gonna I think we're gonna start with Isabella's quest battle, right?
Is that the one you have loaded up?
Nope, but it can be.
Do you want to load up Isabella?
Actually, no. I think we're starting with Bretonia, yeah.
Okay, we're starting with Bretonia. So go Bretonia. That's
Got
good.
it.
I like that.
Yeah.
Clear communication from all three of us. All right, do you want to go with that one? Let's start.
Let's go with that one. I can set the scene.
Okay, yeah.
So
what battle will he be playing today, and what faction?
So we're going to be playing Luan Leoncoles, quest battle for the Sword of Corone. And in this battle, Lewin has had to travel to the Dukedom of Artois because the land has been plagued by a mysterious fog, out of which greenskin tribes have raided and pillaged the land, and Lewin is here to stop them.
All right. So what kind of army has he brought with him first battlefield? Because this is the first time a lot of people are going to be seeing the Bretonnian units that we have on show today.
Lewin has brought quite a varied Bretonnian army, heavy on the cavalry.
As you would expect with Bretonnia.
It's not the highest quality Bretonnian army, so we're not going to be seeing absolutely the best units you can see for Bretonnia, but it has a lot of the bread and butter units.
Yeah, definitely. So where would this come along in the Grand Campaign if you were playing it? Where would this fall along?
This would roughly be in the sort of end of the first third of the game.
Yeah,
so
like 40, 50 turns in.
Yeah, roughly level 10.
Yeah.
And he's up against an Orcish army, and there are other forces to be expected.
Ooh,
yes.
A surprise. Well, Bretonnians seem quite adept at fighting orcs, it seems. It's something it's in their lore, especially. So, without further ado, Lionheart, let's get this one on the road. So, just between me and you, I don't think he can hear us. Well, I think he can, but it doesn't matter. How badly is he going to win? Or how badly is he going to get wrecked?
I think it's really going to depend on whether he realizes not to fight in the forest. Because, well, Bretonnian cavalry is great.
Yeah. So right now, what we're seeing, obviously, we got his legendary lord there on Pegasus.
Yeah, so that's King Lewin Leoncoeur on a Pegasus.
Which is one of his mounts.
Yeah, it's not his ultimate mount, but this is more of a, as I said, a mid-game quest battle, so both Lewin and the army he's brought to the battle is not as optimal.
Of course, but we're dealing with like early on in the game here. So obviously we got the orcs sitting in the woods waiting. Are they going to charge down?
Yeah. So the orcs are ready for a fight. You know, we're waiting to just wreck Lionheart and King Lewin Leoncoeur. So
you're going to get wrecked, Lionheart. The orcs are coming.
Doesn't sound good.
The greenskin horde. I bet chat is just full of greenskin faces right now. I'm just calling it. I know what our community's like. So right off the bat, that is a lot of units he has to play with here.
Yeah.
So give me a rundown on roster. What are we seeing here?
Well, we see, King Lewin Leoncoeur on the Pegasus. Beyond that,
up. There we go.
Yeah.
Time for his close-up.
He's pretty much a beast in melee. He's a champion for the Bretonnians, and
he is incredibly strong, legendary lord, and he, in the campaign as well, he's even stronger.
Yeah, in campaign you can build him up to be extremely powerful. This is more of a mild version of him.
Yeah, a mild version of a very powerful lord.
And then we have Damsel with the Lore of Life. So this is one of the new versions of the Damsel that we introduced. She's going to be critical for the Bretonnians because especially the Bretonnian cavalry is not the most resilient.
Yep.
So you definitely want to heal them and keep their health up.
And you have a lot of units you obviously want to pay a lot of attention to, but cost so much more than some of the other units in your army. So and obviously they're going to be a prime target for your enemies. So, and here is one of my favorite units, not just because they've got one of the best haircuts and facial hair in the entire game, but because they've got a massive sword. Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
He's ready.
So these are the Foot Squires, and they're sort of the Bretonnian great weapon infantry unit. They're not, say, as good as, say, Empire Great Swords, but as they have less armor and, in general, just less leadership, so they're less reliable, more likely to buckle in a fight. but they do deal quite a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So it's one of those units that you have to keep an eye out on, and
Now, can we get to easily? When I first saw this in the build back in the office, I thought this was a joke. Like, I had no idea what this was, right? I literally thought someone had put a placeholder in. Can you explain to me what is going on here? I think there's some people out there who just screamed because they're scared.
That is the linchpin of the Bretonnian army.
It looks like it.
Yeah. So what you're seeing is a dead Grail Knight propped up on a dead horse, carried by 4 battle pilgrims. And what it actually does is that basically the lore is that the peasants believe that even dead Grail Knights carry a blessing, and carrying him around can bless your forces. And what this translates to in the game itself is that the Grail Reliquae will increase your leadership and make you immune to psychology. So basically you want to keep him close to your peasants, because the Bretonnian peasants, they're very fragile in terms of morale, but if you can keep their morale up, they're good at dying.
So like zoom in on his face again. The knight. He's not only dead; he looks dead tired. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you should see him charging.
A bad joke. What else have we got?
We've also got 2 units of battle pilgrims. So this is one of the other new units we have. As you might see, they're not the most trained or skilled fighters, but they're quite fanatical, and they're the most reliable infantry you'll get for Bretonnians. But they don't really have the melee defense or armor to be really reliable damage holders, or like line holders. They're more of something you can put in a fight, and they'll do quite well. They'll buy you time.
All right. So obviously we've still got some units here that were previously in the Bretonnian roster, like the bowmen, and so what have been the changes of archers? Have we?
So the Bretonnian archers have been weakened, and we're also going to have some other variations of them, which we'll be revealing later.
All right.
But yeah, we've also got some of the new Bretonnian cavalry units here. So what we're seeing here is the questing knights, and this is basically if a Bretonnian knight wants to become a Grail Knight, they need to go out on a quest and basically give up on using a lance and go for a great sword instead. And if you can zoom in on the backside, you can actually see some. Wait, that's weird. Seems to be gone. Huh?
Well, it's not there, but pretend it is.
Yeah.
All right. So obviously these guys are great anti-infantry.
Well, they're great great against heavily armored foes.
Yeah.
You don't have too many units that are really good against those for Bretonnia, so they're one of your key units. If you face something that's really mean, really powerful, these guys are a good bet. They don't have much staying power, but they'll deal a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Then we've also got the Knights Errant, which is like the really basic knight unit that you'll have, and they're some of the cheapest heavy cavalry in the game. They pack quite a mean charge, but if you leave them in melee, they're not gonna hold out for long.
Yeah, the first kind of cav you start recruiting in the campaign. So.
And the Bretonnians also have lance formation, which, as you can see, increases your charge speed and gives you a good healthy charge bonus as well. So you'll see quite a lot of penetration, especially against infantry units that aren't braced. So you can see just men flying around. But on the other hand, it makes you a bit slower on the march and more vulnerable to missile fire from the front. So it's a tricky thing to use. Beyond that, he's got a fair amount of Knights of the Realm, which are nowadays, we've tweaked their values a bit so they're not the same as they used to be. They're less heavily armored, but they've got a bonus versus large now.
Yeah.
So they're quite effective at dealing with enemy monsters, and all types of cavalry really. But struggle maybe a bit against the heaviest knights in the game.
I found them very useful in a quest battle, which we're not showing today, but one which you put together where you take on Chaos. And if I hadn't been using those correctly against some of those monstrous creatures, I think I would have pretty much been wrecked. I heard that Lionheart did get wrecked in that battle, but there you go.
Yeah, and then he's also got the Grail Knights.
Grail Knights, yeah, I like these guys.
Yeah, this is going to be one of his key units in this battle.
Mm-hmm.
They're just so powerful. Now we've actually tweaked them as well, so they're immune to fatigue, so they'll always stay fresh due to the Lady's Blessing, and they also have the Lady's Blessing,
which gives them what was that there? That was physical resistance.
Yeah, so it gives you 20% physical resistance.
Very nice.
And the Lady's Blessing is something you can also see more on the campaign side.
Yeah, immune to vigor. That's going to be amazing, especially if you're charging around a lot. So. Yeah. That's it. And obviously he's got some flying units as well.
Yeah, he's got the Pegasus Knights, which are going to be a useful tool in this battle.
Indeed.
Especially because the Greenskins don't really have any flying units, so he's got the air superiority.
So I guess we should see if Lionheart can win this quest battle. I'm going to give him about a 50-50 chance.
Sounds good.
You know, at the end of the day, I've known Lionheart for a long time, and he's a very good player.
Yeah.
But he's in a new environment. He's never been in here before. He's got a guns tank above his head. Could at any moment be released. I think he's under pressure.
Yeah.
And I think that's where he will make mistakes, and the Greenskins will be all over him.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be it's a fairly tricky battle because the forest is filled with unknowns.
Unknowns,
yes.
You say. Even the person who made it does not know what's in those woods.
Okay.
All right,
that
well,
good.
So obviously we don't give him any tips or anything, but I'm assuming that he's going to be doing a lot of hammer and anvil.
That would be a very wise choice. That's more or less the main tactic of Bretonnia.
Yep.
But the trick for Bretonnia is to get your anvil to last long enough for the anvil for the hammer to arrive. So
yeah, they're not as much anvil as
yeah, I
not
mean,
even going to get there.
Luckily, Lionheart does have the advantage that his forces are actually his infantry line is fairly high quality for Bretonnian actually.
Yep.
Because he's got the 3 strongest infantry units that Bretonnia will have. So the Battle Pilgrims, Foot Squires, and Men-at-Arms with pole arms.
Yeah, and obviously he's got a Legendary Lord has got some great AoE abilities for bonuses and stuff like that. So he'll do really well. So yeah, let's see if Lionheart here can win. Can you do it? Can you do it, Lionheart? Come on.
I hope so. I've hit start.
Are you under pressure? Are you sweating? Are you worried?
You can see the grunge dripping down, so yeah.
All right, well, here we go. So this is my favorite unit, by the way, for the Orcs. I love the Black Orcs. They're just so strong.
They're the best.
They're just so good. I just love the Orcs. The Greenskins, sorry. They're just like my favorite faction. I don't get to play them enough.
Yeah, mine as well, actually.
I want to see them win today.
Yeah.
I copied one of your builds that you played in a tournament ages and ages ago because you only recently joined Grave Assembly. You were originally obviously a heavy multiplayer person in the community, and hired you as a designer.
Okay, as we can see, the Orcs are definitely ready for a fight. We're going to have to see how Lionheart actually tackles this.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm using the Pegasus Knights early on. They're kind of a vulnerable unit. I wouldn't want to throw them around too much. I kind of want to... Well, we'll see what happens here.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to go for
lance.
cavalry engagement. I think he might have a slight advantage in cavalry here.
Yeah, he definitely has an advantage in cavalry, but it's really about how efficiently he manages to use his cavalry.
Oh, one of his units of cav just got absolutely wrecked. Down phase 6.
Oh, he missed
a lot of HP.
He missed the charge there.
Yeah, didn't you charge them? Come on, Lionheart. Are you
I'm feeling it. I'm
panicking?
feeling
Are
it.
you worried?
Yeah, he's panicking. Yeah, I'm just hoping that the AI uses a Foot of Gork against him.
Oh, he's shattered the cavalry on that wing. That was a magic spell being dropped down.
Yeah, that
no?
was a headbutt.
Headbutt, yeah.
Yeah. Greenskin breath spell.
Come on, hammer and anvil, man.
I'm going.
That was the voice of God there.
And there at least we get a nice charge, rear charge there from on the boar boys.
Looks like the enemy lord is in the infantry line there. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's
finally getting his legendary lord into combat. Just look at that wave of orcs going to combat there. What spell did you just drop there?
He dropped Earthblood, which was a really good choice.
Yeah.
Because he has a nice little blob there to heal. So really efficient use of the spell.
That wing is has won, but it took a lot of casualties.
Yeah, but the key thing for Lionheart is his Grail Knights are still going really strong and charging into the enemy rear there.
Yeah, where are the Grail Knights?
We just saw them. They're the Shining Lances.
Ah,
Yeah.
indeed. They find Black Orcs as well. So it seems to be going your way.
Yeah, and he's doing well against the enemy lord as well.
Yeah.
He's about to die soon by.
And you know what happens if the orcs lose their legendary lord?
Yeah, mass rout.
Yeah. Which is something the orcs are very famous for, getting into a fight quickly and then running away as well.
Yeah.
So far, everything seems to be going according to the plan of Lionheart.
Yep.
It's working.
But the Black Orcs are still doing a good job, but the Grail Knights are really giving him a pounding though.
Yeah. So Lionheart using his army very well, as you're saying. Bretonnia, very good hammer and anvil tactics. They do give that kind of classic medieval feel that a lot of Total War players can probably remember. Because they are literally a medieval army, like the most classic, like King Arthur style of army, you know?
Yeah, like really.
Well, they're literally going after a Grail, so I mean, at that point,
yeah.
I mean, the cat's out of the bag on that one.
And this is where the surprise starts kicking in.
Don't like surprises. No. Getting back out of those woods.
It'll take some time for it to be revealed.
Well, he's still having a difficult fight here against those heroes.
Yeah. But I think his use of Earthblood has really allowed him to keep his forces alive.
Yeah.
I'd say he has a good shot of actually winning this.
Yeah. I think obviously until I started playing with Yoska, I didn't really pay as much attention to the magic, especially like AoE healing and stuff like that. And since then, I've fixed the errors in my way, and now start using a lot more magic, especially a lot of the healing and buffing.
Yeah.
Up until that point, I just dropped vortexes on everything I could.
And at this stage, Lionheart really should be focusing on regrouping.
Yeah, Lionheart.
I am. Look,
because
lovely,
surprise!
Lovely oh god. That's all right. Oh, night goblins. Okay.
So an army of night goblins. And do you know what my favourite thing about night goblins are?
Well,
fanatics.
Yeah, they're great.
There they go.
Oh,
Can I
yeah,
get zoom
yeah.
in on the fanatics flying about? Oh, no. Yeah.
Oh.
Woo! That's me on the dance floor, that is.
There's a good use of the fanatics.
Ducks a better dancer.
Straight, well, you mean the one that went straight through the other night goblin units?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
That's classic fanatics.
So Lionheart, obviously the core of his army here is his cavalry, which we're doing okay. Meanwhile, his infantry are getting absolutely butchered.
Yeah, but that's their job. Like
to get butchered is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, we've really tried to emphasize the duality of the Bretonnian army. So you have these really powerful, but at the same time fairly fragile knight units, and then you have these cheap, quite poor infantry units that are unreliable, but just have you can afford to field a lot of them. They can take a lot of damage because they're so cheap and they're just peasants. You don't really need to care.
Yeah. The core of your army is you've got a peasant core, and then you've just got your elite knights, basically.
Yeah, so you need to sort of find the balance of between knights and your peasants. So
Indeed. And it looks like Lionheart just might, because remember what happened when I said, "Oh, it looks like we're going to win."
Yeah.
It didn't quite work out like that.
I think it looks very, very good for Lionheart. So only got the final Night Goblin flanking move to deal with.
Yeah, it's not.
So
it's not
cavalry coming in at the end.
Yeah, so for some Forest Goblin Spider Riders against the Shining Knights of Bretonnia.
Yeah. So a complete fair matchup is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I wouldn't really.
So it seems everything has gone quite well. Which unit do you think Lionheart's been using the best? Oh, this is just unfair now. Come on, you see, he's half the size.
Yeah. But Luen is definitely one of the big bullies of.
He definitely looks it.
I mean,
Wow.
he really just loves slaying evil.
Well, there you go. Lionheart
Boom.
is victorious in this first quest battle.
Yep.
So, how would you rate his performance out of 10? You're getting judged, Lionheart.
Maybe a 7.5.
7.5.
Like, quite a lot of miss micro. Not
Oh,
really
wow.
using Luen's abilities.
Yeah.
Letting his cavalry get charged, but at the same time we saw quite a lot of just good solid hammer and anvils, and that works really well against the Greenskins.
So which units here did the best in combat? Obviously,
Questing Knights did quite good, but Knights of the Realm actually just
I think
carried.
that was definitely one of the hammer anvils on the Night Goblins. I think. So yeah, as you can see, that is the Bretonnian crossbow. So we do have one more. This is not the only one.
Yeah.
We have
So
one more to
next
play.
we're gonna go into Isabella von Karstein's battle.
Yeah. So first of all, should we make them play on even hard? Where would you put this if you were playing for fun? Because I know this is what you do all the time.
I'd put it on hard.
You put it on hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take that. Thanks, Doug.
I'll allow you to play on hard.
You'll allow it.
Because out of respect to you.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I'm quite surprised. I just want to say about those Bretonnian cavalry results. Anyone that watches my videos will know that is a miracle save for my cavalry to all be alive at the end of that battle. So I'm happy. You know, if there's cavalry to send home at the end of the day, that's a good play by me.
So no hashtag line fail.
Yeah, no line fails today on that. Well, apart from that charge at the start, I'll give Duck that. That was pretty awful.
I think it wasn't as such a charge or a lack of charge.
Lack of well, they charged me. Yeah.
Could you imagine being that Bretonnian on that night, sitting on his horse, watching these orcs come forward, and just like, is he going to give me the order to actually attack here, or am I just going to wait?
Yeah. He had it coming. I'm sure he did something dishonourable to end up in the front rank.
All right. So, well, let's get on with this one. So. Introduce this battle for us, Oscar.
All right, so Isabella von Karstein's quest chain is for the Blood Chalice of Batory. And basically it's a goblet or chalice filled with blood. Or it's an ever-flowing cup of blood, essentially. But at this stage in the campaign, it's not...
Ever-flowing?
Ever-flowing, exactly. So basically her quest is about strengthening its enchantment, and at this final stage she needs a powerful soul to essentially power the chalice. And that has led her to an ancient tomb, but Empire Force has learned of her intentions and intends to stop her. So they've basically positioned themselves between her and the tomb. But little do they know that, well, what's inside the tomb is not dead.
Ooh. You seem to have this way of having surprises added into all your crossbows.
I try.
It's just a note on your style. No need to worry. All right, so you can see there's the Empire Expeditionary Force.
Yeah, so the Empire is very very character heavy.
Yeah.
They-
There's some very powerful units in that
Yeah.
army list there.
Yeah, this Empire
Nice
armies.
and
Yeah,
sun. Oh.
they're really nasty against the
And-
vampire counts.
And the most irritating piece of artillery in the entire game, not quite a trebuchet, which is obviously the most superior piece of medieval siege equipment, as we all know. The mortar, which is forever picked online simply to annoy me.
Yeah, so the mortar is definitely annoying.
It's so annoying.
But
it's no unicorn from Napoleon, obviously.
Oh yeah.
But
let's not get
it's
started
still
on
annoying.
that.
Yeah, no.
I'm getting nightmares.
Just get upset. Like.
All right, but shall we get started?
Yes, we
do
shall.
it.
So let's see if Lionheart can win this one. This is a battle which I might have played on stage earlier today and
lost.
Lost.
Ooh. I was there. I saw it.
Yeah, well, it wasn't my fault, Oscar. It was your fault for not giving me enough troops to win the battle with. So yeah, see. So this is going to be so break down. Give him a tip. I think he needs it.
So
I can't win this battle. What chance has he got?
I don't know. So if Isabella's army here is quite typical of her armies in the game.
Mm.
So in the campaign, she is very her traits and skills basically guide you towards bringing quite a lot of vampire heroes. So you're essentially often going to have, you for example start the game with Isabella and 2 vampire heroes, and then you can also get Vlad a bit quite early on in the game.
How early on?
I think turn 2.
Yeah, so usually to get another legendary lord, you have to wait quite a while in Warhammer. So the fact that you can get it pretty much turn 2 gives you a massive advantage. And why is that? Why do you get Vlad so early?
That's mainly because we want to ensure that the player can take advantage of one of the key mechanics that we've introduced with Isabella. So we've basically created a new Vampire Counts faction based in Schwarzhaven, so Western Sylvania. And they're called the Von Karstein faction, and they have Vlad and Isabella. And what Vlad and Isabella have going for them is that if one reinforces the other in the campaign, so say for example you siege a settlement with Vlad and then bring Isabella close by, when you get into battle, Vlad and Isabella are pretty much up there with Kolek in terms of just pure melee efficiency. So it's something you really want to take advantage of.
And obviously both of them, Vlad especially, have really good campaign bonuses, which I discovered when my garrison was ranking up in veterancy, which was amazing. But yeah, overall, so they're a very powerful couple when used early on. And like we're saying, you get the faction leaders, an extra legendary lord almost immediately. So you can just go around early game and really cause a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the tricky part there is just you really want to get momentum going early on, because you always start with a simple town instead of a proper walled settlement.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you don't expand early on, you're gonna be struggling from an economic perspective.
So, what is she like on the in battle? Where we are going to be seeing her today in this quest battle. But
So in battle, she's more or less equal to. I'd almost put her on par with Vlad. She's more defensive, has less health, but what she has going for her is, unlike Vlad, she can be mounted on both a Barded Nightmare and a Hellsteed, so she's a lot more mobile. So she's sort of the cavalry to Vlad's infantry.
Sorry, I'll mature in a minute.
Beyond that, she's very much focused on supporting, debuffing. She's got the same Beguile that Vlad has, and she's a Lore of Vampires caster. And finally, once you do unlock the Blood Chalice of Bathory, that's a strong healing ability, or it gives you a strong healing ability, and further makes your vampire stronger in campaign. So
yeah. So you were saying that she's good to have all the other heroes around her and keep them going.
Yeah,
kind of
so
like a little
in
wave.
general, if you bring Isabella to a battle, you want to have some heroes with her. And luckily for Lionheart, she does have heroes with her. So Lionheart has Isabella in the middle and a Lore of Shadows and a Lore of Death. Lore of Death vampire hero. So what it means that he has 3 Lords of Magic to use in this battle, but in the end he's limited by the amount of power he has. So he has some really hard decisions to make. So one of the things I wanted to bring out in this battle was just to give players lots of tools to work with to face a fairly potent threat, and just choose which spells to use and in which phase of the battle.
All right. Well, obviously he's got 2 monstrous creatures as well, which is something that Isabella uses to great effect.
Yeah.
She gets bonuses for that if you level her up on the campaign map. So that's going to be very useful for him. Anyway, who doesn't like having a Vargol? Terrorgeist.
Then they're
on
going to
their
be
arm, so-
really important in this battle.
Okay.
Because
Well, I think we should let Lionheart get on with this one.
Yeah, I don't want to give him too much advice because I know you want him to lose. So.
Are you saying I want him to lose?
Yeah.
I don't want him to lose at all.
Lies.
Obviously.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I want him to lose. All right then, Lionheart. Let's see how well you can do in this battle.
Okay.
Obviously, he's got good few units of cavalry. He's got a good infantry line. He's got a lot of very good units here. Also, obviously, Isabella is our prize for Make One a Love. So come on, guys, get behind this and let's see if we can get this one out. So you're going all in.
Yeah, he's going on a little bit. It's a smart idea here, but
oh, what's that?
that is a net of aiming talk used by the AI.
Why nets? Why?
Just locking part of
Let's go.
Lionheart's army in place, including the Vargulf and all of his casters.
He used actually no, it's a tactic because obviously Lionheart in the previous battle just stopped his units in front of the enemy, so he's just doing it again. So it's I don't know if it's a spell.
That was a Shem's Burning Gaze, so I think probably targeted at Isabella. Yeah, didn't hit though, so Lionheart got a bit lucky there.
You got lucky there apparently. He's so entrenched, like you can just see his eyes. They're just stuck on the screen right now. Nothing can put him off. The pressure is on, isn't it?
Yeah,
oh
it
no! Look at you buckling.
He's a bit all over the place at the moment. I do have faith that he can turn it around. He just really needs to start bringing the magic he has in his.
So he does have a lot of magic to use here.
Yeah.
But he has, as you said, so many spells, but so little magic to use them all.
Yeah. It's definitely like. It's tricky when you have many options.
Yeah,
like usually it's easier when you have a few set of spells and you don't need to spend time thinking like, which spell should I use in this situation? But here you have so many options. So it's sort of a battle where you probably want to theory craft a bit before you start it actually.
So a lot of spells being dropped down here.
Yeah, he's burning through his power pool quite nicely.
It's already down to 14, but he's also using his arcane conduct to get some more magic on the field as well. So that's something you can definitely do quite a bit of. Those Knights of the Blazing Sun fighting against Crypt Horrors.
Yeah, I mean he's done a good job of cleaning through the rear of the enemy army, but he really needs to start targeting the leadership of the enemy.
Yeah,
because those will buff the remaining Empire forces.
Yeah,
for quite some time.
So what's the other ability that
Lionheart
Isabella has?
Yeah, so that's Beguile, which Lionheart is not using.
Not using Beguile. Is that because you could say he's a noob? Is that what you're trying to say?
Nah,
no,
I wouldn't go that far because I know how many hours he has put in the game. But
a little more than us.
Yeah, so it's not optimal to leave it unused because it's a really powerful attack debuff ability. The same that Vlad has as well. So there are some similarities between Isabella and Vlad.
So this seems to be going okay.
Yeah. I mean,
all of his elite units are pretty much okay.
Yeah, I think he probably should just heal up his, get his some of his more depleted units and heal them up with the Invocation of Nihek, because that will really help him later on. And now it seems like he has killed enough of the Empire army
Yeah.
to draw forth another army.
Another army?
Yeah.
Another Empire army?
No. Basically, what's hidden in the crypt behind him is, let's say, a group of a small force of crypt horrors, Strigoi Ghoul King, and crypt ghouls. So definitely more of the nastier denizens of.
And that Empire force is still not dead yet.
Yeah, so that's definitely a problem. Because
Are you feeling the pressure now,
Yeah.
Lionheart?
Yeah, you can feel it.
There's another army coming, and they're all ghouls.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
he's panicking. You can see
yeah,
it.
and well, the ancient one that is needed to power the ritual to empower the Chalice of Batory
Yep.
is this Strigoi Ghoul King called Balak the Cursed.
All right.
And he's really mean. So
I know.
yeah, he destroyed you.
Yeah, yeah. No, not him by himself. It was though, and that unit of crossbowmen.
Yeah.
Don't forget them. So it looks like Lionheart is reforming,
Yeah, trying to reform.
Yeah.
Sort of nearly
using
got rid of
bats to
the-
deadly effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Continuation of our live stream where we used nothing but bats to attack the Empire with.
Yeah, that was brilliant. I think you actually conquered Altdorf.
Yeah, yeah. With
in
bats.
one stream. That's insane. But yeah, I think looks like Lionheart is doing the smart thing of buying time, reorganizing, mopping up the Empire army before trying to take on the Ghoul King.
Very nice. So, and more importantly, Isabella's taken like no damage, pretty much, and same with the two vampires, and got a little bit of magic. I
Yeah.
wouldn't say too much. No big spells.
Yeah, I mean he's got more or less all
you
of
go,
his
now you will.
big hitters in fairly good shape. So I think it might look good for him, but the Ghoul King is really nasty. So
Yeah, can we get a look at the Ghoul King? Yeah, that guy. Damn.
yeah, that's not someone you want to meet in a dark forest.
No, I think I've been on a date with someone like that before. Sorry, John. I didn't want to tell anyone.
Oh, yeah, now we see the famous click all, select all, click.
Yeah, click. Just everyone, just attack the same unit, please.
Well, I mean, in this.
Oh, that unit of Howard's still alive.
Yeah, he didn't really mop up too well,
He
but
didn't mop up correctly.
yeah.
And all these other units are like miles away from a fight.
Yeah.
I think we should get Isabella into combat. We'll see Isabella
I
kick
think
some
she
ass.
already is.
Kick some more
w-
ass.
with the Ghoul King, I think. So
You see, that's not a good idea, is it?
no, like Isabella is a good fighter.
Is that so?
Yeah, but
the Ghoul King is.
He's on another level. Let's put it
Yeah.
like that.
Oh, and those
very-
Hobbits are coming.
Oh,
as well.
no.
Oh no!
I'm very quickly
Reinhardt.
finding out that it's not good.
Oh no!
Not good, not good,
Run,
not good, not
run.
good, not good, not good.
He's gonna lose. He's gonna lose her.
No, I think he's.
Oh!
Oh, that
Someone
was a
got
close,
lucky.
close shave there.
Eh?
Yeah. I
That
think
was-
that was actually what happened to you.
That was
Yeah.
not fun.
Well, you do get used to using your lords to
Yeah.
go after other lords, and then to have yours get absolutely crushed like
Yeah,
immediately.
you
is
really-
usually a surprise.
You really need like to have overwhelming force or
Yeah. Yeah.
have some raise some dead around you
Mhm.
just to sort of spread out the splash damage that
Yeah.
Ghoul King does.
So we are highlighting the fact that the Ghoul King is incredibly powerful here. Isabella can usually hold her own very well in combat.
Yeah,
but
she's.
Ghoul King is
I mean, she
it's
can
a
basically
different level.
like someone like an Empire General.
Yeah.
It's like it's a snack for Isabella. So.
Yeah. Well, he's healing her up now, so that's okay. How's it going, Lionheart?
Starting to gain control over various parts of the battlefield, but that Ghoul King's still going pretty strong.
Yeah, and the Ghoul King also has the advantage that he can also raise the dead. Or actually, I think he raised some Crypt Horrors here. So.
Ah,
yeah,
okay, that's really
got some
cool.
Crypt Horrors in that.
So do you feel in control?
I think
Nearly.
he's probably forgotten about his own Crypt Horrors, which is making this a lot harder.
Oh yeah. Thanks for that.
Yeah, how'd they get over there?
I don't know. They must have been chasing someone for quite a while.
Hashtag line fail.
Yeah, that's a line fail.
And as you can see, the Ghoul King is still...
No, leave Isabella alone. No,
He's going straight for her again.
No!
Lionheart.
Run away. Run past.
Have you got this Legendary Lord this Lord to target the AI, the player's controlled Lord as much as possible?
I think that's
seems to just do a feline through the combat to go for her.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly just the AI itself. Yeah, that's a very good idea because the beguilement really helps deal with huge threats like this.
Well, he's got a lot of spells that can help single out powerful heroes like that. So Spirit Leech.
Not enough. Magic.
Not enough mana.
Yeah, what you can do is raise more dead. Really, that's.
It's alright. You've got a massive army.
Or Van Hels's Dance Macabre is also one which can be used at 4 mana. So.
But it seems to be going your way right now, at least.
Yeah.
It just seems to be one monster left.
Yeah. It's basically the Ghoul King left.
Just the Ghoul King left. I wanted to try and pick everything
else
off.
Even though he's really strong, at some point he'll give up and...
Just give up?
Well, he's going to disintegrate.
Yeah. Well, it is one of the mechanics for vampire counts.
Yeah, he's going to disintegrate and his soul is going to be free to flow into your cup and give you...
Chalice?
Chalice.
It's not like a plastic cup you just picked up off the floor or something, you know? It's a whole chalice thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's... Oh, he's down.
He's down, but not out for a count yet.
It's getting stamped. So this is not going well now for the Ghoul King.
No, but...
Where's Isabella? I want to see Isabella. I think everyone in chat knows that this is it. Damn, now that is good. There's that chalice.
It's full.
Soon to be ever-flowing.
Indeed.
Yeah, he's going.
Now he's
finally
crumbling. Oh, now you trust getting into combat.
Yeah, now it's fine.
Yeah. Someone's getting confident.
Now it's fine.
It's like a feeding frenzy.
Yeah.
Everything is fine. Oh, no, he's going back up again.
Oh.
He's in there somewhere. I think he's gone. No.
Is he going? Is he gone?
Yeah, slowly.
He's still there.
He's still having a good go. There, he's on the floor again.
He's just really tired. That's like the worst party ever.
I just love it how the Terror Guys is taking a snack.
Yeah. You got the Blood Knights in there as well. I do like that. I dressed up as a Blood Knight once.
Yeah. You did?
I did. Me and Henry. It was interesting. He does not want to die.
Yeah. Okay, now army losses have kicked in, so...
Fire everything.
He's gone.
Somebody do something.
There we go. Bye-bye.
There we go.
Finally.
Congratulations. I would clap, but I'm holding a mic.
Dogbert, do you want me to save the replay so you know how to beat this now?
Yeah.
Shall I save it? Yeah? Save it for you?
Do you wanna come over, sit over here now? Are you saving it? Oh, how to win Dogbert. Yeah. Message received.
Yeah, you got it?
Okay, yeah, I did lose that battle before, but it was, like I said, I threw on purpose. Obviously, if I was to play right now, I'd do much better.
We've just seen how to win it now.
Yeah, well, you wanna?
Yeah.
Come join us, because I can't actually hear you when you're talking, you know. So, how did that go?
Well, won, and you didn't. So I'm gonna take that one. Yeah, that was good. It's good. There's lots. These quest battles feel like there's more phases to them. So especially that first Empire army, thought kind of had that under control, but quite a few of those units came back a few more times than I was expecting to, and really harassed my troops for a lot longer than I was expecting, which kind of delayed me being able to regroup everything ready for that Ghoul King. But yeah, trying to isolate him off away from everything else and take out the rest of his troops really helped in the end. So yeah, it's good.
So how did you feel playing Bretonnia as well? First time getting a hands on with them, what do you feel?
Yeah, it's really satisfying. Those cavalry charges, when I actually remember to charge with my cavalry, was really satisfying. So yeah, they're good. Feels like they've got a lot more of a kind of solid, complete roster now, with all the other units added in that feel like they complement each other pretty nicely.
And yeah, some crazy units in there like that Grail Reliquary that looks really cool. Just, you know, proper dead Grail Knight on a horse. Why not? It seems like it gives good support. But yeah, it seems like it complements itself pretty well. You've got a lot of mobile play with all the various cavalry units. It's nice that they're specialized for anti-large and anti-infantry, lots of different situations, best time to use them, and yeah, seems good fun.
So he did win. Yeah, I'll give him that. He won both of the battles, so it's obviously quite good.
He did well.
Played some Total War before, so you won't get gunged, so that's okay. I'm actually kind of worried that people don't get what gunging is. But that is just how it is. Well, congratulations on that. Obviously, Batonia is free LC, and that will be coming on the 28th.
Indeed.
So you guys will be able to get your hands on Batonia. There will be a lot more information about Batonia in the next few weeks. You'll be seeing quite a lot of them, I think. And I can't wait to show them off on a live stream myself. I mean, jumping in the campaign and stuff. I'm sure you'll be doing something with them at some point. Do you have a YouTube channel or something?
Yeah, Lionheart X10 or something like that. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah,
sounds about right. I don't know. I just found you on the street. I was just like, hey, do you want to go and come play some quest battles? Yeah, why not? Well, I think that's going to be us for
I think
our slot on the Make War Not Love here at the lovely London Olympia. So I think that's exactly where we are. We're in London. That's all I remember. Yeah, I think so. PC Gamer Weekender. So, guys in chat, thank you very much for joining us. I think, hopefully, you didn't get to see me play, so that's good. You got to see Lionheart play this time. So if anyone's sitting there and shouts, "Oh God, this guy doesn't know how to play the game," this time it's not me being here, it's you.
Yeah, well, I know I can't play with cavalry anyway, so I'm just glad that some of them survived in that Bretonnian battle. So, yeah, I'm pleased. Like I won't have to write as many letters home to the families of the dead cavalrymen today. So that's good. Yeah.
None for the peasants, obviously.
No, they don't have families.
All right, guys. Well, I've been joined by the wonderful Oscar, who is a designer and has been helping us. Has made all the quest battles you've seen today, and also worked on the Bretonnian 3LC. And obviously Lionheart here, who won all the battles because we had to give them to them too. So as always, thank you very much, and I think we're going to win this one as well. See you later, guys.
See you.
Peggy 16.
Sega.
For the first time, the Total War series is giving you a fantasy world to conquer. Four races are at war. Who will you lead? The Empire of Men, brave, well-trained, with unstoppable cavalry. The savage greenskins, a brutal tide of fang and muscle. Stout dwarfs, all but unbreakable in battle and unmatched in close combat. Or the dark bloodlust of the vampire comes. Ranks of undead infantry without remorse or fear. Epic fantasy battle on a scale you've never experienced. Choose your side and conquer this world.
Peggy 16.
Fiery skies shall light the way, and blood shall spill over the wandering world. The spear of Cain shall cool the wayfarers, and the Storm Prince shall unite them.
Soon a wandering world will appear and bring with it the spear of Cain.
It's a race to the pointy stick. You know what that means, don't ya? Let's war!
Tell your cowering lord no one, including him, touch it so long as I live.
If you're set on staying this course, I must choose rebellion.
Eldar! Prophecy comes to pass!
One of the boys is gonna drive us around.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and that, of course, concludes today's faction play on the Make War Not Love stream. We still have 1 day left of competition to go, and of course, the two factions that are going to be heading forward in our head-to-head on Sunday have yet to be revealed. We can now tell you that we have tallied up the final scores, and in first and second places, respectively, we have Total War and Company of Heroes, who have won that challenge that we saw today. Total War winning the concurrent views vote, and Company of Heroes winning the Sega vote for their incredibly engaging stream. They went third and fourth. They did an incredibly good job, and they will actually now be going through to Sunday's final. So Make War Not Love entering its fourth and final day. At the end of the day, it's Valentine's Day week, but really we just want to see a couple of guys duking it out. It's going to be great tomorrow. Each of the factions will be playing each other's game, and it will be held effectively over 2 legs to determine who the overall winner is. Don't forget, all 4 of the games that you have seen this weekend on Make War Not Love are still on sale in our Steam sale that ends, I believe, on Monday evening. So go ahead and check out the discounts available there. They will be available to you for another day or two. But that's it from us for now from PC Gamer Weekender. We'll be seeing you bright and early tomorrow for the final day of streaming. Take care.